Howdy y'all, once again. We're super late. We're live. We're making this work. I just had the stream up for like 2 minutes and I blue screened, so not only am I super late to the start today, which I intended to start at noon Pacific Standard Time, but here I am starting the stream all over once again, so I'm just going to have to repeat everything that I just said. Good Lord. Let's turn this on. Let's turn this on. Let's turn this on. Turn this on. Something's broken here. Okay, let's try to transition to this. Oh, great. So my webcam is broken. Everything's just going awesome. Everything's just going awesome today. Let's see if I can't. I'm going to have to unplug and plug back in my webcam, it appears. This has happened once before, and it indeed just crashes the whole computer. So we're going to unplug the webcam. I'll plug the webcam back in and try to control my deep frustration with the difficulties that today is presenting. All right, so yeah, cool. I love it. I'm so very pleased at these technical difficulties. Looks like the webcam's working fine, but my OBS is not picking up the webcam. Let's just... Boy, this is fun. Alright, let's do a troubleshoot session live. Let's troubleshoot this live. Today has been a really bad morning. I've been in an argument in Discord for the last 2 hours against someone who is wrong. Let's remove the webcam. Let's remove the webcam. Let's add back in the... Oh boy. How about we Control Z that? I can't even... Oh, hey, there we go. Turning it on and off. Just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, folks, this is the Country Fried Minis channel, and here on the live streams, we do not work on Country Fried Minis. These live stream sessions are just working in Premiere and trying to get things going, trying to show what's going on behind the curtains, what goes into creating a video for Country Fried Minis. And we are working on... Oh no, that window got all kinds of messed up. I guess it's just going to be a day of frustration and banging the head against the wall. It's one of them days. Like I said, I've been in a hour and a half long argument in Discord already about rules semantics. You know, the funnest stuff to talk about. And my upstairs neighbors have been fighting, and I've got a dealing with recovering from a blue screen. So let's go ahead. Firstly, show y'all what I'm working on here. I'm going to double check that my music levels are coming through all right. Yeah. Fun. Okay, looks good. Let's close that off. Put this back over here. So, if I can collect my thoughts. We're working in Premiere. Might get a little glitchy as it's loading in here. Let me shut that down. So my computer gets a little unhappy when loading in all these here videos. All the footage from the phone is 4K and it gets pretty sizable, and I'm only running a 1080, 1060, I can't remember. My graphics card isn't the best, but it works, it does the job. Alright, so back to it. Yesterday we put together all the scenes. We put together the talking head bits and started doing the voiceover work. So yesterday on stream we completed this whole talking bit, this whole voiceover, and this one. And before bed last night, after some frustrating rounds of Mech Warrior 5 with the guys, managed to get another section of the voiceover complete. So that's what we're going to focus on today. I need to complete 2 more texture based voiceover segments, and then we also need to toss in a voiceover for the display portion. But I did notice something earlier, or I should say last night, while I was working on the stuff. We have our talking head bit here introducing Rattata. Rattata! Yeah, okay, so this is going to require some sound effects as per the usual. And it is also going to require a Game Boy Color Pokemon sound effects. See if I can't figure out I think this is the site I was pulling them off of. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We need Rattata. Alright, yeah, that's it. So, gonna snag this, gonna download this. We're going to download. Alright, so now we have that sound effect. We're gonna grab Rattata. We're going to store that in assets. So now we have Rattata. And then in typical format, what we're doing here is it goes, introduce today's guest palette, Rattata. And then it's going to zoom and twist and come in on it. And then it's going to make the Rattata sound effect. Rattata. Bang! Right there. Zoom in. Bam! Does the thing. So to do that, we're going to drop in our Rattata track. And you can see that there's a whole bunch of noise involved, right? That's because this here website adds a whole bunch of Japanese speech at the end of it. All right. Uh-oh, something's unhappy. There we go. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna zoom in. Let's trim this off, so you know, decrease the file load. Oops, I lost my place. All right, let's zoom back in. Now we have the rattata sound effect right here. I think that's all right sound level, but what we need to do is ensure that we don't have a hard cut into the audio. So what I like to do is a 3-frame fade in from infinity, negative infinity decibels on either end. So we'll do 3 frames, negative 1,000. Okay, and then what that should do is say rattata, and then rattata. All right, so to get that effect, to get the effect as is intended, we're going to do a position and a scale and a rotation. Position, scale, rotation, keyframe. And then we'll do another one here. And then let's say we need this to zoom in 1/3 of a second, I think, right? So we're going to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames. We're going to slap down another one. Jump over here. I think we could zoom it back out slowly, right? So, or at least slower. So in sticking with tradition, we're going to slap a 1-second transition. So now we have all these keyframes set up. And we need to zoom this way in on rattata. And I think like way in on it this time. We're going to throw this over here. We're going to set that rotation to, I don't know, negative 35 degrees. I like it. From here, I think we want these same numbers in the next section. Let's turn it to a nice round number, get rid of that point. So it's 240, 663. That's what we'll do, 240, 663. We'll do same scale, 150. And we'll set that rotation to the same, negative 35. Negative 35. Actually, maybe let's do a subtle movement with it. Just see how that looks. We'll do it 2.5 degrees. And we're going to move it down a little bit. And we're going to set the scale in 5%. See what that looks like. Okay, it did something weird with the moving around there. I don't really like what it did. So this is a weird thing I've seen happen with keyframes that I don't really completely understand. Let's remove these keyframes. We're going to copy these keyframes. I'm going to paste those in. And then we should have not this like weird movement in the middle. I'm not sure what causes that, to be honest. I wish I did understand, because it's a neat effect, but I had like a some kind of transform happening that added extra movement. I think I just did it again. I think maybe changing the rotation is messing stuff up. So maybe just a zoom and a rotation.
Once again, I feel obliged.
And actually, I'm looking here and listening, and I think we cut off that Rattata sound effect a little early. Yeah. So we're going to deal with this. I think I'm gonna slap it into track. Let's shift this up to track 1. We're gonna drop back in Rattata, get that sound effect in there, and we're gonna zoom in. And I want to line up this here. Yeah, there we go. We're still gonna cut off this end, but then I think this needs to like fade all the way out, right there, because there's like a reverb effect going on in the sound effect itself. So let's take these and slide them way down to the end. I think that should sound a little better. Yeah, that sounded a whole lot better. We had an abrupt clip a little bit there that didn't work well. But digressing, let's go ahead and toss in the next sound effect, which is the Pokemon recovery sound effect. It's been a tradition, and I think we're gonna have it start like right here. So let's dump in track 1. Let's get that nice and lined up. There we go. And this is, I don't think there's any extra. On it. So let's trim a little off the front. Let's add in, let's paste those keyframes. Slide that towards the end. And then I think this needs to come down. I'm pretty sure I need to do this at like -10 decibels at least. It's kind of loud. So let's set that there. I think we can even trim out some of the like reverb fade off. All right, let's give it a listen. Okay, that's lined up nice, but I think it's still a little loud. Like that's the Pokemon sound effect is the star of the show here, not the Poke Center, not the Poke Center idea or sound effect. So it's just something I caught last night. All right, so that's done. That's in there. It's an element that I need in there. I can't explain why I need it. It's just a thing. Also, I'd take a moment. I see we have a lurker in the stream, and I want to welcome you to today's live stream. We are finishing up the Edna video. Is the intention today. Last stream we managed to get the voiceover sections for the prep of the model, the voiceover for texture 1 and 2 completed, and then late last night before I went to bed I managed to get the voiceover recorded for texture 3. So today, in finishing up this model, or this video about the model, we're looking at doing a voiceover for texture 4, adding in the voiceover for texture 5, and then this little outro bit needs another section of voiceover. And again, this project is so far behind schedule. I had intended to have it done long before now, but here we are, and I'm going to milk a 4th day of editing out of this. I think going forward, I personally, I'm really loving and enjoying working this way. I think it helps me to kind of stay on topic, at least more so than I would. I think being present in the stream goes a long way in what's the best way to put it? Keeping me on topic, keeping me focused, at least partially. Okay, I just screwed up my Discord window. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm really scatterbrained. I tend towards a little bit of maybe some adult onset ADHD, if that's a thing. I find that it was less of an issue when I was younger, and now it is kind of a big issue. But having this space to ramble and bring up things for the viewership as I think about them is really kind of nice, and it's fun. But digressing, I think we're going to jump on to working on this here. Next bit of script voiceover. All right, let's get the notepad. Let's go ahead and make sure that decibel level's low enough. It is.
Just substitute the colors out.
All right. So in this process here, what I like to do is watch the segment and then make some quick notes. Talk about base color, 10, 15 seconds. Mention thinning as per the norm. Apply nice solid base coat and achieve opacity. Mention to showing the whole thing sped up. And then looks like brief mention of the cane being wood. Alrighty. Careful to not hit fingies. And from here, it looks like I'm pulling out a mid-tone. So mention application of mid-tone. And we gotta really reinforce that it's a pattern of lines instead of the normal highlighting. Okay, because that's what it is. To create the wood texture, we're drawing on illusory marks. Mention of cleaning stray pewter, then reapplying base coat. And I think we're still working mid-tone here. That's what it looks like. Add in highlight color of dark sand. Dank sand. Dark sand. Dank sand. And then same pattern of painting thin lines instead of normal highlighting layers. Heavily stress the need for a fine point brush. In this case, it's a 20-0 liner. Okay, and then that is the whole. That's the whole shebang. And then, so we'll take this here rambling thoughts and turn it into a brief bit of script. So what did I miss? Maybe mentioning the colors, the actual colors used, I think would be useful information. Although it's interesting, in this video is not it's not a step-by-step like the normal offering here. We're talking about creating the textures instead of like, oh, I painted Edna this layer, this color. In fact, going back through my footage, I found that I have so much footage of painting these cats as well, and then they're just not even touched on. Like originally I wanted to do for the hair segment, I was going to talk about painting Edna and the cats and how like fur is the same as hair, you know, in the grand scheme of things. But I just ended up with so much footage that they've kind of turned into extra recorded stuff to do shorts with. And I think I'll eventually get all the cats painted up as individual shorts, or at least some of them. I really want to do the calico one at least. And I think I got some footage of doing the tortoiseshell cat, and that one was really fun. But anyhow, we're gonna talk about Vallejo Game Color Heavy Brown. It's the mid-tone, and then highlight color of dark sand. We'll add a note of that. Okay, Vallejo dark sand. I think I can wrap all three of these up in a mention of we'll be using Vallejo family paints. Okay, so the next step here is to toss in the script and moving on down this texture train. No, that doesn't work. Texture track. Riding this train down the texture track. Oh, that's just stupid enough to just exactly what I'm after. Riding this train down the texture track. Next, we're gonna work on this wooden. We're gonna work on wood textures. This one's a little finicky, as we need to paint on some illusory markings that don't necessarily go exactly like typical layered highlights, much as was the fashion with our cloth texture today. We'll add in some calculated brush strokes to suggest someone's honking their horn. this texture, even if the model's surface topography doesn't necessarily reflect the texture we're trying to bring out. Okay, so as per all bits of the model, we'll start out with a nice solid opaque base coat layer using some thinned down paints. Just like Mr. Duncan, damn, what's his last name? I want to say it's Rhodes. Duncan Rhodes. Pretty sure it's Duncan Rhodes. Duncan Rhodes. Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course, I'll always defer to his expertise. 2 thin coats will get the job done without clouding up the details on your model. Okay. Thin down paints, 2 thin coats. Okay. For this particular project, for this particular portion of this project, a little bit of almost some alliteration there. We're going to be sticking to the Vallejo family of paints. Yeah, there we go. Our base coat is gonna be done with my most favorite color. Excuse me. Burping into the mic is rude. Coughing makes me burp. I apologize. Our base coat is going to be done with my most favorite color, Flat Earth. It's funny because, you know, Flat Earth. I have evidence that the Flat Earth exists. It's just a color of Vallejo, not actually a flat Earth. All right. I think I've discovered, or at least I've discovered so far, that when I'm working on these bits, it helps to do this bit and then move on to the next and add it to the end of the track. So let's drag off the script. We're going to put this on the right screen here. Clear throat a little bit. Try to move on to some, let's bring in that twang and see if we can't get this here rolling nicely. Alrighty. Riding this train down the texture track, next we're going to work on wood textures. This one's a little finicky, as we need to paint on some illusory markings that don't necessarily go like typical layered highlights. Much as was the fashion with our cloth texture today, we'll add in some calculated brush strokes to suggest this texture, even if the model's surface topography doesn't necessarily reflect the texture we're trying to bring out. So, as per all bits of the model, we'll start out with a nice solid opaque base coat layer using some thinned down paints. Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes' oh no, I screwed it up.
So, as for all bits of the model, we'll start out with a nice solid opaque base coat layer using some thin down paint.
Alright, stick it in right here. Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course I'll always defer to his expertise, two thin coats will get the job done without clotting up the details on your model. For this particular portion of this project, that's bad. I think we got to get rid of that second use of the same word. For this particular portion of the project, sounds better, rolls off the tongue a little better. For this particular portion of the project, we'll be sticking to the Vallejo family of paints. Our base coat today is going to be done with my most favorite color, Flat Earth. Alright, and now we can export this MP3. We'll make voiceover 7. Alright, it's ready up. Let's go ahead and zip over into Edna voiceovers and dump in voiceover 7. Let's see where we line up. I need to stick it all the way to the end and give it a little listen. Let's get this up. Alright, here we go.
Riding this train down the texture track, next we're going to work on blue. This one's a little finicky, as we need to paint on some illustrated markings that don't necessarily go like typical layered items. Much as was the fashion with the cloth texture, we'll add in some calculated brush strokes to suggest this technique, even if the model's surface topography doesn't necessarily reflect the texture we're trying to bring out. So, as for all bits of the model, we'll start out with a nice solid opaque base coat layer using some thin down paints. Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course I'll always defer to his expertise.
That actually is deserving of a plug, I think. Let's look up Duncan Rhodes Painting Academy. Images. Yeah. About to just pop this image in. Let's see if I like this one a lot. Oh, it's a PNG. Okay. Open a new tab. Is it actually a PNG? Huh. I thought it was. It looked like one. Alright, let's see. This right here, what I'm doing, is a prime example of the nonsense I pull when I'm rambling on. I just trying to stay focused, trying to stay on task is so rough, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine and dandy. Works perfectly fine. All right, let's check and see. This is indeed a transparent PNG. Let's get rid of this. I'm gonna save this file as not a stream asset, but a Edna asset. We're gonna call this Duncan PNG. Get done. And then I'm gonna put a, let's see, we'll do another layer here. I just realized I'm working on my paint.net in a different window. Let's bring it over here so you can see what's going on. So I use paint.net instead of Photoshop. I actually I have Photoshop because of my school account. SFSU students get access to the full Adobe Creative Suite, which is kind of awesome because I am loath to give a monthly fee to use their software. It's really kind of dumb that they do that. I get it. We're in a money making society, but it's hard to stomach. Digressing. Paint.net really does just about everything that you can expect it to. So let's do. So for here, I'm working with a transparent background. I'm going to save it as a PNG, so I have a nice transparent overlay layer. And we'll do a plug for Mr. Duncan Rhodes. Not that he needs any help because the man, the myth, the legend. Make sure to go check out his channel. Alright, let's actually get a look at the background. I'm going to make a new layer. Make sure to go check out his channel. I kind of don't like this script here. It don't look good. Let's get rid of it. Zip. I'm going to do some text. Maybe the handwriting version is better. Make sure to go check out his channel! Exclamation point. Alright, there we go. Get rid of that file. We're going to save this image. We're going to save it as a PNG. There we go. Actually, you know, I think it speaks for itself. It don't need my go check out his channel. So let's find that point I mentioned, Duncan Rhodes. Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes. Alright, so now we'll dump in this channel plug right here. We'll make it excuse me. Sorry.
Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course, I'll always prefer his.
We're gonna fade this in. Alright. Duncan Rhodes. We'll go back one frame. We'll do an opacity. We'll go back a full second. We'll do it there. We'll go to the front. We'll add in a keyframe. We'll go forward one full second. And now we have this like framework for the opacity. Opacity shift, I should say. And we'll go from 0 to 100 and from 100 to 0. And I think this thing is actually taking up a little too much screen real estate. So let's drop it down to 50%. And get it out of the way of the thing I'm painting. And now, I have a mention of Duncan Rhodes.
Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course, I'll always prefer his.
And it is underneath the fast forward, so if any of those glitch lines show up, it'll... Okay, there we go. Alright, back to the task on hand. We are back to the task on hand. We're right back on it. So...
Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course, I'll always prefer his. Two thin coats will get the job done without clotting up the details on your lawn. For this particular portion of the project, we'll be sticking to the Vallejo family of paint. Our base coat today is going to be done with my most favorite color, flat earth.
Okay, I got a few seconds to keep talking about the flat earth application. Okay. And then we go into the heavy brown. So, to do that, we'll pull up the script again. We'll keep working. This particular... No, I've already said particular. I've also said project. How do I say particular project in a different way without saying particular project? Our model today features wood on one of the bases as well as on Edna's cane. We'll get that nice full opacity. We'll carefully get that full opacity coat on the planks, and then that old walking stick. making sure to not get any of this dark brown tone onto the surrounding details. Okay. Not too much, but enough to warrant a bit of effort. Okay. A bit of effort. Okay, so now this is a good chance to show what happens when I start adding in script additions to an MP3. So let's get this out of the way. First things first, we're gonna get rid of this inclusion of voiceover 7.mp3. Delete. Gone. It's gone. We're gonna pull back up Audacity, and then we can jump all the way to the end of this. So our recording playhead is here, and then I can just hit record and keep talking, and it works fine. Our model today features wood on one of the bases as well as on Edna's cane. Not too much of this texture, but enough to warrant a bit of effort. We'll carefully get a full opacity coat on the planks, and then that old walking stick. Okay. We'll carefully get a full opacity coat on the planks and then on that old walking stick, making sure to not get any of this dark brown tone onto the surrounding detail. Alright, get rid of the click because my microphone picks it up for some reason. And then we'll go to voiceover 7 and we will overwrite this. So in doing so, we've just added that bit on the end, gets stuck on it. So it's the same file, it's the same import, same deal, and we'll dump it in voiceover 7 and stick it in right here. And then the portion in question is down here.
Two thin coats get the job done without clotting up the details on your model. For this particular portion of the project, we'll be sticking to the Vallejo family of paints. Our base coat today is going to be done with my most favorite.
Okay, that didn't actually update, so we'll delete that. We'll dump this in again. Sometimes it takes a couple tries. What is the problem here?
Making sure to not get any of
Okay,
this dark brown.
it worked that time. Let's see how far in it goes.
Not too much of this texture, but enough to warrant a bit of effort. We'll carefully get a full opacity coat on the planks and then on that old walking stick, making sure to not get any of this dark brown tone onto the surrounding details.
Okay, and then we're like, so that talking ran a little late into this next section, but in my experience, it's okay to run a little over. You don't have to tie it up exactly. It's really hard to get that dialed in, and you can just kill yourself in the effort that you put in to getting this together, right? Like it's way too much. It's too cumbersome to ensure that your audio lines up perfectly. So getting it close enough is fine, as long as it doesn't run like far into the next section. So in this case, I'm still talking about getting opacity while we're pulling out the next color, right? But at the end of this, we're still putting the heavy brown. I think it's called heavy brown. We're still putting heavy brown on the palette here when that ends. So I've got all this leeway right here to do the initial mention of the heavy brown color, and then all this time applying it. Plenty of time to get that in there. Okay, so back to the script. Dip it here. Here's the next addition point. Now that we've got the base coat solidly applied, it's time to add the first layer of highlighting. We're for this, we're gonna use game colors heavy brown to bring up that woody feel. Bring up that woody feel to start creating that woody feel. Painting wood is much more than just it. Painting wood is less about the color. In fact, wood can easily be tones of gray, instead of brown, but it's more about tricking the eye into perceiving a wood grain. That perceiving that quintessential, that quintessential grain patterning. On these planks, we don't need to make it up, as they have that texture already sculpted into the model. On the planks, on these planks, these planks on this base are a simple matter. And we don't need to make up to force the grain. When we don't need to force that grain, as they already have the texture sculpted into the model's surface. Extraneous details to fill spaces. Okay, these planks on the base are simple metal, and we don't need to force that grain, as they already have texture already sculpted in this model's surface. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's record that and see where it lines up and add it in. Now that we've got the base coat solidly applied, it's time to add the first layer of highlighting. For this, we're going to use Game Colors Heavy Brown to start creating that woody feel. Painting wood is less about the color. In fact, wood can easily be tones of gray instead of brown, but it's more about tricking the eye into perceiving that quintessential grain patterning. These planks, for instance, are a simple matter, and we don't need to force that grain, as they have the texture already sculpted into the model's surface. Man, if I just I ad-lib constantly. Like I write my script and then I ad-lib it, and I really struggle to just read what's there. Just read the thing. I don't know why I can't do it, but it's frustrating. It's frustrating at times. All right, so once again, we're going to delete this. We're going to give it a moment to update, and then we're going to drop it back in. So here we are. We're going to toss in this boy, and I should be. Looks like it has all the stuff in it now.
we've got the base coat solidly applied, it's time to add the first layer of highlight. For this, we're going to use Game Color's heavy brown to start creating a woody feel. Painting wood is less about the color. In fact, wood can easily be tones of gray instead of brown. But it's more about tricking the eye into receiving a quintessential grain pattern. These planks, for instance, are a simple matter, and we don't need to force that grain as they have the texture already sculpted into the model surface.
Okay, that lined up all right. All right, so that worked better than I expected. So let's do another line break here. Go back to the script, and we'll go to talking about Edna. Edna's cane. Edna got a cane because she needs it to walk. She's an old lady and her back hurts. Okay. Edna's cane, on the other hand, is all smooth surface. With the exception of that little bit of pewter that I missed during the cleanup stage of this project. To correct that, we'll just snip it off and then apply another layer of the base coat. Cover up the metallic scar. That's some boom, that's filler right there. It's important to talk about it. Maybe not super important to talk about it, but it's there and it needs to be mentioned. So we'll talk about that. And then I can throw in another digressing. We're gonna go through a similar process in highlighting up this extra bit of this next section of wood textured. Excuse me. Oh goodness. Weird burp there. Got a little maybe acid reflux with that. Coffee is arguing with my digestion. Okay. We're going to go through a similar process in highlighting up this next section of wood texture. A similar process as before in highlighting up this next section of wood texture. Unlike the planks, though, we need to use... Do I already have the sharp brush out? I'll mention it at least. We need to use a brush with a sharp point and sketch on vertical lines to suggest the wood grain. Suggest the wood grain. Where before the direction of the cloth highlight strokes wasn't super important, here some long vertical, some long up and down lines, some long up, oh, we got to get dirty with it, some long up and down strokes really sell that wood texture. Okay, slip this over back into this here thingamabobber. Yep, back into it. We're gonna pop this up. We're gonna get the script. All right, here we go. Edna's cane, on the other hand, is all smooth surface with the exception of that little bit of pewter that I missed during the cleanup stage. To correct that, we'll just snip it off and then apply another layer of the base coat to cover up the metallic scar. No worries, just quick and it's done. Digressing, we're going to go through a similar process as before in highlighting up this next section of wood texture. Unlike the planks though, we need to use a brush with a sharp point and sketch on vertical lines to suggest the wood grain. Where before the direction of the cloth highlight strokes wasn't super important, here some long up and down strokes really sell that wood texture. Okay, my nose is itching again today like crazy. I'm wondering if there's some kind of pollen in the air. I bet there is, given it's the end of March. Makes sense. Anyhow, just be forewarned that I'm probably going to be picking my nose from time to time. And you know what? Whatever. It don't matter. Alright, let's give this a listen.
Edna's cane, on the other hand, is all smooth surface with the exception of that little bit of pewter that I missed during the cleanup stage. To correct that, we'll just snip it off and then apply another layer of the base coat to cover up the metallic scar. No worries, just quick and it's done. Digressing, we're going to go through a similar process as before in highlighting up this next section of wood texture. Unlike the planks though, we need to use a brush with a sharp point and sketch on vertical lines to suggest the wood grain. Where before the direction of the cloth highlight strokes wasn't super important.
Okay. I've actually run over, so
Where before the
we can actually get rid of that whole deal. Boop. Alright. Let's get... Okay. That's coming along. That's coming along. Coming along nicely. Let's get rid of this again. And then we're going to pull back out the script. And it looked like I immediately have pulled out... have I said moving forward yet? I have not said moving forward. Okay. Moving forward. We need to add a proper highlight to the last proper highlight over the last layer of this texture in. And that's gonna call for a warm off white to bring up the color. To bring up the color? To bring up the color. We're gonna bring up the color. Okay. Moving forward, we need to add a proper highlight over the last layer of this texture. It's gonna call for a warm off white. Okay. We'll get out our dark sand once again and mix a bit of that into the last color in about a 50-50 ratio. How much waffling on do I need there? I think it's good. Okay. So where's my playhead? Don't have long to talk about it. Okay. And once we have that tone, just like with any application of edge highlighting, we'll go back and put this tone, nope, I've already said tone. Put this color onto the raised portions, raised or uppermost facing portions of the highlights, creating a bit more depth for our viewers' eyes to drink up. I like that line. Okay. That should get this script portion here. Let's see. 3 sentences, 1 super long. That should get us from the end of the last bit into mixing it up and applying it to the planks. All right. So we can say something like, I don't know, applying this highlight to the planks is super easy and straightforward, but it's a bit more interpretive. Interpretive on the cane. To facilitate this step, it'll require a super sharp brush. So for that, how many times have I said for that already? I've got a for this. I've got a 2 for this. But I think that's 2 different applications. It's for this particular versus for this, comma. Okay, I think I can get away with a so for that. It'll work. It requires super sharp brush. So for that, I'm gonna get out my 20O liner brush with its razor tip to apply some thin strokes over the last layered lines. All right, and let's see if there's any details I need to talk about in that. Again, we're gonna focus on the uppermost portions of this highlighting. I guess it doesn't matter. Highlighting layer. And also ensure that this new color remains inside the confines of the last tone. Yeah, there we go. A little artistic interpretation goes a long way here, but it's fairly simple, and with a bit of patience and precision will create the intended wood grain effect despite the model's surface being completely smooth. Okay, see if we can get these lines in one go. Turn on twang, turn back on the twang. Moving forward, we need to add a proper highlight over the last layer of this here texturing, and that's going to call for a warm off-white to bring up the color. We'll get out our dark sand once again and mix a bit of that into the last color in about a 50-50 ratio. And once we have that tone, just like with any application of I fucked it up. Lovely. And once we have that tone, is where we're at. Let's delete this. And once we have that tone, just like with any application of edge highlighting, we'll go back and put this color onto the raised or uppermost facing portions of the highlights, creating a bit more depth for our viewers' eyes to drink up. Applying this highlight to the planks is super easy and straightforward, but it's going to be a bit more interpretive on the cane. To facilitate this step, it'll require a super sharp brush. So for that, I'm going to get out my 20O liner brush with its razor tip to apply some thin strokes over the last layered lines. Again, we're going to focus on the uppermost portions of this highlighting layer and also ensure that this new color remains inside the confines of the last tone. A little artistic interpretation goes a long way here, but it's fairly simple, and with a bit of patience and precision, we'll create the intended wood grain effect despite the model surface being completely smooth. I think that just ran over by quite a bit. This might create an opportunity for me to showcase a little trimming in situ. Alright, VoiceOver 7 will give this a moment to update. We're going to save it, and we're going to drop back in. Nope, it didn't update yet. Actually, let's do the whole drop it in, delete it, and then drop it in again. Yeah, there it goes. Sometimes it don't want to update. It does indeed run way over, and it's also not clipping to the end here like it should. There we go. Alrighty. Where was it at the last time? I think this is it right here. No?
Heavy brown to start creating mech.
Talking about heavy brown.
Apply another layer of base coat to cover up the
What was where did we add? We're starting it. Unlike the planks though, we need to use a brush with sharp point. Okay. Let's find this right here.
digressing. We're going to go through a similar process as before and highlight up this next section of wood. Unlike the planks though,
Okay, here we are.
use the brush with a sharp point, sketch on vertical lines to suggest the wood. Moving forward, we need to add a proper highlight over the last layer of this here texturing, and that's going to call for warm off-white to bring up the color. We'll get out our dark sand once again and mix a bit of that into the last color in about a 50 ratio. And once we have that tone, just like any application of edge highlighter, we'll go back and put this color on the raised or uppermost facing portions of the highlight, creating a bit more depth for our viewers' eyes to drink up. Applying this highlight to the planks is super easy and straightforward, but it's going to be a bit more interpretive on the cane. To facilitate this step, it'll require a super sharp brush. So for that, I'm going to get out my 20O liner.
Alright, so we're going to scrub the mention of the brush because the viewer can just extrapolate that by looking at it.
Brush with a razor tip to apply some thin strokes to the last layer of line.
Alright, I take a breath. Let's see if we can get rid of that breath as well. Alright.
But it's going to be a bit more interpretive on the cane. Again, we're going to focus on the uppermost portions of this highlighted layer and also ensure that this new color is inside the confines of the last tone.
I like the inside the confines. It's a nice touch.
A little artistic interpretation goes a long way here, but it's fairly simple, and with a bit of patience and precision, we'll create the intended wood grain effect despite the model surface being complete.
Okay. What is this?
A little artistic interpretation goes a long way here, but it's fairly simple, and with a bit of patience and precision, we'll create the intended wood grain effect.
But with a bit of patience and precision. Let's see if we can trim out the butt. Trimming the butt.
With a bit of patience, but it's fairly simple, and with a bit of
Oh, and with. Okay, that might be the better trim. With a bit. I think.
with a bit of
And with. I bet. Let's see. That is 1537.03.
with a bit of
Yeah, that sounds good. 1537.03. Just happens to. The waveform lines up, and that's fine. That's fine and dandy. I like it. Okay, and we can even trim before that breath there. Let's get rid of this. Boom. Easy to run over when you're doing these, trying to fill it all at once.
this highlighting layer can also ensure this new color remains inside the confines of the last tone with a bit of patience and precision.
I wonder if I keep like 2 frames of breathing in, it'll make that sound a little more natural. Let's go back. Man, this is such jank that I'm pulling here. Let's see.
A little.
Okay. Such jank that I'm trying to pull with this. Let's put that together. See how that sounds.
With a bit of patience and precision.
Oh man, there's definitely some jank there. It sounds bad, but it's only 1 frame, and I think it might just work. Let's listen to the whole thing.
And also ensure that this new color remains inside the confines of the last tone. With a bit of patience and precision, we'll create a wood grain effect despite the model surface being completely smooth.
All right, I saved myself 3 minutes of work instead of having to re-record that last bit of line there. So dumb, so very dumb. Okay, that is texture 4 recorded and ready. That means today's process is 30% completed. We've got, excuse me, my tummy's making noises coming up my throat. We're looking at 15, 40, and 20 frames to 20, 32, and 2 frames. We got 5 minutes of voiceover to fill. That means today we are seeing Edna done to the end, and we're going to get this video out and get rolling and get Country Fried Minis back on track for some cool stuff. I have some fun projects coming up that are going to require work. So we're an hour in. We've got 3 minutes of voiceover completed. Excuse me. We worked through some hiccups today, including a blue screen. So this is actually the second stream today. First one lasted about 18 seconds. Just long enough for me to, say the intro and be like, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what the stream's all about. This isn't the normal content, but we're going to be doing this regular. And then blue screen. Bam. So, once again, if you have found this stream through the YouTube algorithm or happen to stumble on it due to somebody's posting, however you got here, this here bit is not about painting models. This is our workflow live stream. Today we are working on Premiere projects. We're putting together video editing, going through the behind the curtains so you can see exactly what goes into producing a Country Fried Minis project. I will perhaps live stream some paintings in the future, but I currently do not have the setup over in the bullshit corner to do that. I'd like to have that happen, but I don't think my computer in the corner is as ready to run a YouTube live stream, at least not in this format here with the whole screen capture, webcam, all that jazz. I could make it work if I get a long enough cable to run across the room, but I'll probably need, I don't know, 22 feet of cable, something like that, or some kind of live stream wireless connection. But anyhow, if you have found this and you have questions or comments, please feel free to drop them down below. I read all the comments and I can answer them after the fact. So this is Premiere, and today we are working on session 4 of Textures with Edna. Today is voiceover day. We're writing voiceover scripts. We're taking notes. turning those notes into scripts, and then running through Audacity to record some fine audio to talk over and talk through the bits that I am working on. Okay. And as always, we, us, all that is the royal we. I am we. We is I. I am not a crazy person. All these terms are interchangeable. But I don't talk like that in public. Just here on the channel. Digressing. Here we are. Let's throw in the next bit of voiceover. So, we're going to talk about metal texture. For our final texture of the day, we're going to be working with metal. This here is a simple texture to achieve, and it's mostly gonna be focused on the use of a few particular products, but we'll briefly cover that and it's mostly going to be focused on the use of a few particular projects, but these exact what is a good synonym for products? What's a good synonym for products? Let's pull up a thesaurus. Synonyms for products. Commodities. I'll say commodities. Commodities are not necessary. Instead, it's more a framework of an idea to achieve that metallic look. Okay. Just like with every other portion of this model, we're gonna start out with a base coat. Excuse me. We're gonna start out with a base coat over top of our primer. In this case, we need a dark color to work from, and don't nothing work better for that blackout effect than Vallejo's. What is the name of that color of black? I think it is just black. Vallejo's black. That'll require me to sell the stress on those syllables correctly. And don't nothing work better for that blackout effect than Vallejo's black. Black. We'll apply 2 thin coats to achieve full opacity, and then we can move on to the next layers of that metal. Oh my goodness, my nose itchy, sneezy, runny, awful. We can move on to the next layers of that metal look. I've already said metallic look. apply 2 thin coats to achieve full opacity, and then we'll move on to the next layers, wherein we'll play with true metallic colors. For this, I highly recommend, what's it called? What's that metal called? Oh goodness. I need to expound upon applying the black. I did a bunch of self-indulgent shots of it. Okay. Before we get there, however, it's really important to have solid coverage of this black on everything that's gonna be metal, because the shadows produced by this base coat, this base coat will create a deep contrast for your underpainting, as well as hide any areas of low coverage, which can often be a problem when applying metal colors. Let's record that, see how long it goes. Alright, once more we're going to take this script and put it here on the right screen. I'm going to select this whole deal, I'm going to delete it so we can start a new one, and I'm going to start this up. For our final texture of the day, we're going to be working with metal. This here is a simple texture to achieve, and it's mostly going to be focused on the use of a few particular products, but these exact commodities are not necessary. Instead, it's more of a framework of an idea to achieve that metallic look. Just like with every other portion of this model, we're going to start out with a base coat over top of our primer. In this case, we need a dark color to work from, and don't nothing work better for that blackout effect than Vallejo's black. We'll apply 2 thinned coats to achieve full opacity, and then we can move on to the next layers, wherein we'll play with true metallic colors. Before we get there, however, it's really important to have solid coverage of this black on everything that's going to be metal, because the shadows produced by this base coat will create a deep contrast for your underpainting, as well as hide any areas of low coverage, which can often be a problem when applying metal colors. Just make sure to be really precise with the application here, and don't get any of that black paint anywhere it's not meant to be. Okay, there we go. I ad-libbed again, but I think it works. I stumbled over a few lines. They sound mumbled or almost wrong, but who cares? We're gonna throw it in there. You ain't watching my content because I'm an orator. You're watching it because I'm painting it and it's country, or at least that's what I assume. I could be wrong there. In fact, if any of you catch this video through the algorithm and go back through and watch, tell me down in the comments below if you do watch Country Fried Minis for the oration. I'd be surprised to hear that. Okay, that actually ran like far over, way longer than I thought it'd go.
Because the shadows produced by this base coat will create a deep contrast for your underpainting, as well as hide any areas of low coverage, which can often be a problem when applying metal colors. Just make sure to be really precise with the application here, and don't get any of that black paint anywhere it's not meant to be.
Okay, that was self-indulgent. Let's see here.
We'll apply 2 thin coats to achieve full opacity, and then we can move on to the next layers, wherein we play with true metallic colors. Before we get there, however, it's important to have solid coverage of black on everything that's going to be metal, because the shadows produced by this face coat will create a deep contrast for your underpainting, as well as hide any areas of low coverage, which can often be a problem when applying metal coat.
Okay, yeah.
Just make metal.
Okay, metal colors. Apply metal.
Just make sure to be really precise.
Let's get rid of this. Whoop. Of course, solid coverage. Let's zip back to this. Zip back over here. Pull the script on the screen. Isn't a problem for this particular paint. Today, I'm gonna be using Vallejo. Where's it at? Metal color. Vallejo metal color. Metal color jet exhaust. This line of paints applies really smooth and with rich pigmentation in very few layers. Whether you're using it through the airbrush or applied by hand, it has yet to disappoint. It's a bit pricier than your typical bottle of Vallejo, but you get a gigantic bottle of it for your money, and I can't recommend enough picking up a few tones from this line of paint to add to your collection, as well as toss your friendly local gaming store some business. Okay, we're here. We're making it work. Let's just toss that in and see how far it gets us. Of course, solid coverage isn't a problem for this here particular paint. Today I'm going to be using Vallejo Metal Color Jet Exhaust. This line of paints applies really smooth and I am stupid. I can't read the lines that are in front of me. This line of paint. Yay, motorcycle. Wait for this motorcycle to go 2 blocks away so I can't hear it anymore. This line of paints applies really smooth and with rich. Why can't I say smooth and with rich pigmentation? With rich. I'm saying which riff. This line of paints applies really smooth and with rich pigmentation in very few layers. Whether you're using it through the airbrush or applied by hand, it has yet to disappoint. It's a bit pricier than your typical bottle of Vallejo, but you get a gigantic bottle of it for your money. And I can't recommend enough picking up a few tones from this line of paint to add to your collection, as well as toss your friendly local gaming store some business. Okay, let's see where that puts us. Gonna save this. Gonna go back over to Premiere, and we're gonna apply voiceover 8 throw it in there and see where it puts us. I think it puts us in a good space, actually.
The shadows produced by this base coat will create deep contrast for your underpainting, as well as hide any areas of low coverage, which can often be a problem when applying metal coverage. Of course, solid coverage isn't a problem for this here particular paint. Today I'm going to be using Vallejo Metal Colors Jet Exhaust. This line of paints applies really smooth with rich pigmentation and very few layers. Whether you're using it through the airbrush or applied by hand, it has yet to disappoint. It's a bit pricier than a typical bottle of Vallejo, but you get a gigantic bottle of it for your money. And I can't recommend enough picking up a few tones from this line of paint to add to your collection, as well as toss your friendly local gaming store some business.
Okay, so we're going right back into a new color paint. Let's pull up the script. Let's swing it back over so you can see what I'm typing on. And then let's do another split. Did I say moving forward? Have I said moving forward? Moving on. Next, we need to add some weathering and shadow and shade to that metallic coat. And ain't nothing better for achieving this look than Citadel's Gnome Oil Shade. This stuff adds just the right mix of brown and black and gives a grimy, well-worn look that imparts some realism and a heavy feel to your metallic paints. I dare say that this wash is more important than the choice of metallic color. And I do suggest picking up this particular product. Friends of the channel would know that I am not a huge fan of Games Workshop, but this stuff is in a category all its own, and is deserving of a spot in your paint collection. Okay. Script is updated. We're gonna toss it in there. Go to the end. Moving on. Next, we need to add some weathering and shade to that metallic coat, and ain't nothing better for achieving this look than Citadel's Gnome Oil Shade. This stuff adds just the right mix of brown and black and gives a grimy, well-worn look that imparts some realism and a heavy feel to your metallic paints. I dare say that this wash is more important than the choice of metallic color, and I suggest picking up this particular product. Friends of the channel would know that I'm not a huge fan of Games Workshop, but this stuff here is in a category all its own and is well deserving of a spot in your paint collection. Boom. Grabbed. Export. MP3. VoiceOver 8. Here we go. Overwrite. Go back to Premiere. Delete the VoiceOver. Then we pull back up the folder and we drop in VoiceOver 8. And it don't want to go. It don't want to go. I need to turn the thing back on. VoiceOver 8 goes back. Why you don't work? Oh my god, it's doing that dumb thing again. I have the source patching enabled. Why can I not drop this into the folder? We're unable to open the file on disk. Bull malarkey. Bull malarkey. Refresh. Drop it in here. What is the problem? Ah! Why does it do this? Jesus Christ.
For our final texture,
Ridiculous. Just okay. I'm actually going to take this moment with my anger and frustration and express this problem right now with any of y'all playing with Premiere. Sometimes it just don't work. Sometimes it just says, nope, I don't work. I'm not even going to try. Nothing you can do to make it work. And then you turn it off and you restart it, and the same thing you were trying to do just works. So, not a perfect bit of software. It is full of problems. Ain't nothing perfect in this world. And get wrecked. It just arbitrarily decided to not work because I did something out of sequence or something. Maybe because I deleted it off the timeline while it was updating. Who knows? You can look this stuff up online and nobody has the answer anyways. All right. And then it still don't work. So let's click on a voiceover and re-add the patching. It don't work. All right. Export MP3 voiceover 8. Let's fucking do it again. Let's just remake the file. And then we'll drag it here. And oh, what do you know? It works this time. I changed literally fucking nothing. Outrageous. Let me take a breath. Country Fried Minis. Centered. Calm. No swear words. We're live. We're live. We're going to hit play. We're going to stay calm.
paint supplies really smooth and with rich pigmentation and very few layers. Whether you're using it through the airbrush or applied by hand, it is yet to disappoint. It's a bit pricier than your typical bottle of Vallejo, but you get a gigantic bottle of it for your money. And I can't recommend enough picking up a few tones from this line of paint to add to your collection, as well as talking to your local gaming store for some business. Moving on, next we need to add some weathering and shade to that metallic coat, and ain't nothing better for achieving this look than Citadel's known oil shade. This stuff adds just the right mix of brown and black and gives it a grimy, well-worn look that imparts some realism and heavy feel to your metallic paint. I dare say that this wash is more important than the choice of metallic color, and I suggest picking up this particular product. Friends of the channel would know that I'm not a huge fan of Games Workshop, but this stuff here is in a category all its own and is well deserving of a spot in your paint collection.
Okay. Back to it. I ran a little over, but that's fine. Here we go. This final step is absolutely optional, but I also recommend picking up a bottle of this here dirty down water soluble rust effect. We're gonna add a couple of layers of this here product onto our metal surfaces and blend it with a bit of water to get some really nice crusty rusty spots. How much time am I working with there? Not long. $20 or so will add this bottle to your collection, and it's well worth that investment. All right. Okay, let's do this in the proper order this time. We're going to delete voiceover 8. We're going to delete... No, we're going to leave that in there. Let it update. We're going to go back to Audacity. We're going to go to the end of the track. We're going to pull up the script, slide it to the right window, and going to say, this final step is absolutely optional. Absolutely. I screwed up absolutely because I read faster in my mind than I do out loud. This final step is absolutely optional, but I also recommend picking up a bottle of this here dirty down water soluble rust effect. We're going to add a couple layers of this here product onto our metal surfaces and blend it with a bit of water to get some really nice crusty rusty spots. $20 or so will add this bottle to your collection, and it's well worth that investment. I think we're going to end up trimming $20 or so off the end of that. I don't think it's going to fit. I don't think it's going to fit. I don't at all. But, is there a way to refresh this? Oh, it just updated. Okay, we just added 22 seconds to that clip with that talking bit there. Did it not? Did it? Oh, is it going to fit? Is it going to fit?
Suggest picking up this particular product. Friends of the channel will know that I'm not a huge fan of Games Workshop, but this stuff here is in a category all its own and well deserving of a spot in your collection. This final step is
Excuse me.
absolutely optional, but I also recommend picking up a bottle of this here dirty down water soluble rust. We're going to add a couple layers of this here product onto our metal surfaces, blend it with a bit of water to get some really nice crusty rusty spots. $20 or so will add this bottle to your collection. Well worth that investment. And now that we've gone through all these
Okay. All right. This product too receives a Country Fried Mini seal of approval. This cunt. Oh my God. I'm not a smart man. I never claimed to be. I never claimed to be able to walk through a voice line. These last two products both receive a Country Fried Mini seal of approval. I have to write this down because I can't even hold a single sentence in my brain. These last two products both deserve a Country Fried Minis seal of approval. Oh, and then we're gonna do a dumb joke now. Oh, it happens. This is how it happens. Bear with me, folks. We're gonna delete. We're gonna select all. We're back in paint.net. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Don't get so ahead of yourself. Let's go ahead and record the audio first. Step 1, record the audio. But this is how my scatterbrain works. We're all over the place. These last two products both deserve a Country Fried Minis seal of approval. These last two products both deserve a Country Fried Minis seal of approval. File, export, MP3, right over voice over 8. Yes, aggression. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. All right, that put another 5 seconds on our audio, and that runs us right up to the end, which is exactly what we wanted. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but personally, I prefer the talking head bits to not be filled, or the video itself to not be filled with too much empty space. I don't like dead air.
$20 or so will add this bottle to your collection. Well worth that investment. These last two products both deserve a Country Fried Mini seal of approval.
Whack! I need a sound effect. Need a sound effect. And then I need, let's bring back up paint.net. Boop, here we go. We're gonna put in, let's see if I have the font from before. I think it's on this computer. Yeah, here we go. And we're gonna go big with it. Yeah, Country Fried Minis. It's too big. It's way too big. I'm dumb. Country Fried Minis approved. And then it's gonna go centered. Yep, that's exactly right. And we're gonna do that. Done. Deselect. Duplicate layer. I'm gonna make this one adjusted for brightness contrast. No. I'm gonna change the hue a little bit. I'll push this into the orangey. There we go. Select all, cut, paste. We're gonna go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're gonna drop this up underneath. Boom! It's a little much. 4, 3. That looks better. Save as PNG. CFM approved. Flatten, and then we need to find. I guess we need to find dirted down rust images. I need a product with the white background so I can dig it out. I think it's this one right here. This is the one we're gonna use. Man, I quickly add so much to my workload because I'm scatterbrained. We're gonna create a new image. We're gonna dump in. Nope. Create a new image and okay it first, and then we'll dump this in. And now we're gonna take the magic wand and reduce the tolerance to. That's good. Get rid of that. File. Save as. My nose is itching. Rust. PNG. Done. Boom. And then we're gonna do same deal. Vallejo metal color jet exhaust. Hopefully we can find a similar angle. This one. Copy image. Boom. This one. New image. Boom. Paste. Drop it. Slap it. Crop it. Image. Crop to selection. File. Save as. Jet. We'll call it metal color. All caps. PNG. There we go. All right. Now. We'll go back in here.
Well worth that. These last two products.
Slap, slap. That's what we're going for. All right. So, from here, we're going to add back to textures with Edna. We'll throw in rust. We're going to throw in metal color. We're going to throw in Country Fried Minis approved. And we're going to throw in Country Fried Minis approved. All four. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Yeah.
Both deserve. These last two products.
Both deserve. All right, so rust first. We'll start with the rust. Let's hide everything else. Boom, boom, boom. Rust, first off, needs to be small. Too small. Let's try 50%. 50%. Okay. We're going to add position, scale, rotation. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to put in another frame. All right. I'm going to start with the metal color. Metal color gets shifted to this point. And then it's also going to receive, I think, these same effects. Paste. Boom. They're similar size. Okay. Lovely. I'm going to go with the rust first. Rust needs to be off of the frame. So, let me play with it there, friend. It's down here. And it is 1/8 at that point. And then it's going to end up right here. And it's going to be rotated like that. Yes. Very nice. Okay. Now we'll bring this back into frame. And we're going to start with the metal color. Let's lock those so I'm not accidentally messing with them. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. Let's get rid of that. Alright. And then metal color starts down here and is at 180 rotation. And then it's going to end here and then off kilter like that. All right. And then I need like a, I know I have a sound effect for this. Excuse me. Country Fried Video Production, assets, sounds. Let's see. Let's see what I have in here. I think I'm looking for whip swish 2. I like 2. I got 2 and 4. Boom, bam, bam, bam. 2 of them. And we're going to drop in, I think I need an extra effect layer here. Add track. We now have 2 and 4. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we're gonna time this there. See how that works. Okay. And then this one gets here as well. Actually, wait, I need to do.
Both deserve a country. Both deserve.
Okay, let's bring that down a little bit. It doesn't need to be overbearing. Very subtle. Pow, pow.
Both deserve.
That's too low. Let's call it -5. Bring it up 5 decibels. -5.
Both deserve country fried meat.
Okay. Where do I want it to say that?
Last 2 products both deserve.
Let's see if I go forward like this much. How does that sound?
2 products both deserve country fried minis.
Boom, boom, right there. Pow, pow. Do I have a stamp sound? Impact, mud, drawer close, body falls. Let's go check out epidemic sound. I can't type. Discover. No, I want browse. Where's it at? Sound effect. Here we go. Search sound effects. Stamp. No. I like that one. Getting this one. Download. Boom, got it. Hey, stamping machine. Show in folder. We're going to cut that. No, we're going to cut that. We're going to close this. We're going to go back here. We're going to drop this in. And then we're going to drop in stamping machine right there. And we're going to time these hits up with the things, right? Pa-ching, pa-chow. This one gets positioned right here. Maybe 90%, maybe 80%. And then this one gets moved over here and it's also 80%. 80%. And then we're going to twist it a little bit. Ka-ching, ka-chow. Goodness gracious. All right, and then we need to think right here's a good spot for it. We're going to put position, scale, rotation. Position, scale, rotation. We're going to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're going to do opacity and opacity. And then jump this forward. We're going to put opacity 0. We're going to put opacity 0. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to put bio, and then bio, right? Okay. I'm going to throw the rust off the screen. Damn it. Lock those so I don't click the thing I'm not even looking at. Let's grab the rust color and we're going to throw it off the screen over there, and we're going to rotate it back around to 180 so it flies off the screen. We'll do the metal color too, and the metal color is going to get thrown off this away, and it too will receive a 180 degree rotation. And then I think to do that, what we'll do now is copy this guy, copy this guy, and then we're going to go right here. No, you're in the wrong spot. Why can I not? Lord, that's dumb. Paste. I have to put it in the same location. Man, Premiere really needs a way to put that where I want them and not where It thinks I want them. Okay. Slap this here. And slap this one here so they just play. Let me click the thing. Thank you. Christ on a cracker. All this for a dumb effect.
Last two products both deserve country fried minis seal of approval.
Okay, that's a little loud, so we can bring this one down 5. Maybe 5.
Country fried minis seal of approval. And now that we've gone.
Yeah. Okay. See, that's fun, right? It's stupid. It's fun. It's proper. It's exactly what I want. Let's trim these up. Trim the extra off so we can get rid of the extra stuff. Okay. I pressed delete and then it just went back. Delete. Why? Why, friend? Why?
Country fried minis seal.
All right. I'm getting very frustrated at the stuff today. And that is not all right. Oh, it's not all right. I apologize. I guess, really, in the end, I'm just mad at myself for not having this done already. All right, we have 1827 6 frames to 2035 18 frames. We have 2 minutes of clip to fill. And then Edna is done and ready to be uploaded. That said, I need to stretch my legs. I need to stretch my butt. I need to hit the restroom and drink a cup of water and calm down and take a breath, and then I'll be right back. So, for that matter, thank y'all for joining today. If you found this stream through YouTube algorithm, this is just a peek behind the scenes in what goes into producing these videos for Country Fried Minis. Usually I like to put out videos a little faster than I've been working on, but school has been a little rough this semester. I had a bunch of stuff come due all at once, and it put me in a poor state of mind, so I have not been doing the work. However, that said, we got some fun stuff in the works and ready to be worked on at breakneck speed, approaching the Battle for 2K Day on May 20th, where you can expect a fine bit of collaborative effort between myself and Battlebound. In the meantime, I would be remiss if I did not give a plug for the Battlebound channel. And you should go ahead and oops, there we go. You should go ahead and zip on over and see what's on offer. A lot more talking about battletech, less about painting, more about the environment and lore and all kinds of stuff involved with this fabulous game. And I'll go ahead and put this in the chat as well as per the stream. Here's a convenient link for you to go check out friend of the channel, Battlebound. Exclamation point. Link. So, in the meantime, go check out Battlebound. Give them a look. If you like them, toss them a sub. Send them your support if you're a fan of the Battletech. In the meantime, I wasn't kidding. I need to stretch my butt and stand up, and I'll be right back. So, what we're going to do is we're going to turn on this Be Right Back. And I'm going to turn off my microphone, and I will indeed be right back. Alrighty, folks. Back to the grind. Got myself a bottle of Crystal Geyser Orange Water. Also brewing another coffee because I am tired. And I don't want to be tired. I would rather be jittery and shaking from all the caffeine I've ingested today. It's fine, though. Looks like we're back to it. I think my mind is afraid and scattered. I'm so close to the end. But perhaps a little entertainment is in order. I wonder if I have something worth showing off. Anyhow, yes, I have an idea. Okay, so I think what we're going to do here to satisfy my ADHD mind is we're going to run a round of Mega Mech. Mega Mech. We're going to run a game in the background. It's... let's see. My partner in arguing from earlier today is still on the topic. Is wanting to know if I know of any notable pilots for this here. There are a couple listed. Okay, so I think again, we're back to the idea that I am scatterbrained and find it very hard to focus. So, what we're going to do here is build up a Mega Mech battletech game, which will run in the background, and I can click and keep my game, keep my mind focused on the task at hand by providing a distraction. Let's see if I have my Atomo. I've really enjoyed this new force, the Atomo. This here force is the force that I painted in my video about painting a lance in a single day. This is my Atomo force. So, what's up? Oh, I see a visitor in the chat. Good day, good sir. How goes your day? To give you a recap what's going on, we are working on the voiceover portion of the Textures with Edna video. We've completed texture 4 and 5. We lack 2 minutes of voiceover, and then this video should be complete. However, I am struggling today with the whole ADHD, I guess is what it is. I can't focus, so I'm providing myself nice little distractions. And to address that, I have loaded up Mega Mech, and I'm going to run a battletech game in the background in between writing lines. So, wait. I feel that feel. I feel that feel. I feel that feel. Chafing thighs, you say? Out in the woods today? You been out in the woods today? You've been running. Oh, sick. For lots of hiking. Wait, where do you mean disc golfing? Like discs? Chucking disc golfs or real golf? I'm assuming you mean disc golf. Central Valley disc golf. All right, let's Central Valley disc golf. Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Central Valley. U-disc. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so we're looking at not a lot of pictures here. Oh, there's a good amount. Okay. It looks like a fairly nice blend of wooded and wide open. It's wild. These holes here are very reminiscent of Tullahoma, but also kind of reminiscent of... This is definitely reminiscent of Tullahoma, of course. But very much like this. I'd expect to see something like this in the San Francisco course. This kind of change here in the elevation. How much of this course was like just out in fields? It looks like there's a few holes. Long distance of elevation. Yeah, this looks rough. This looks like sun beating down on you. Some kind of hill here, hole 7. I don't know. It don't look bad. It's very reminiscent of the Tullahoma golf course. 60% fields. Okay, that sucks a little bit. Indeed, it does. It does a bit. Digressing. I hope you had fun today. I haven't been disc golfing in a long while, and I need to get back on it. Older Pictures has better tee pads. It's had an update. What's it called again? It is Central Valley Disc Golf, Murfreesboro. Let's see if we got any updated shots of it. Images. That's not, no, it's different. That's, I wonder if there's what would be the best way to find an updated pic of it? I like this. Is this what they're looking like with older pictures, better tee pads and such? New course 2020. Do the pads look like this image now with the like AstroTurf? Whoa, that's not what I was thinking that would do, but this is neat nonetheless. Newer with the box tee pads. Okay, yeah, exactly. I like that. I like this idea of having the AstroTurf to walk on. Get some nice grips on your feet without it like being rough, like a rubberized surface or whatever. Let's see if I can suss out how much of this is in the woods. Old turf from Emmett. Very cool. Very nice repurposing. So it looks like 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's dank actually. Still that with the lines on it. Very cool. What do they call that? Upcycling. Let me. Sorry, I'm distracting myself even more. All right, so I'm looking at this course here. We've got hole 1 through a field with maybe a little bit of tree, and then you're looping around to 2, and that is just field. Is this maybe a hill right here? Toxic landfill down the road. Looks like hole 3 sends you back into the woods, and then you're in the woods for a bit. This is neat. This whole, like, 2 holes out of the woods, hole 3 into the woods, hole 4, hole 5 through the woods, hole 6 out of the woods into the field, 7 into tree line, 8 from the tree line into a field, 9. Now this is interesting. From trees through field, through trees into field. I like this. This is very cool. Doing the same thing here. This is like all field, but then the basket's in the trees. 9 is uphill. Yuck. That kind of fantastic. Spicy time. 10. 11 is super long. I guess 2 is the long course. 2 and 17. 11 into the field, 12 back in the trees, 13 out of the trees, 14 back into the trees, 15 across the trees, and then you've got field to trees, long bomb field, and then field. I don't like 18. Just seems like an afterthought to bring you back around, but maybe that's the point. That you're hitting that 18 at the end. You're done with the day. You're just getting it over with, and you're looping back around. That actually, like, the layout here looks pretty fun. Be nice to get it from ground level. Oh, I have to be a registered course ambassador. I see. I'm not gonna register for that. Excuse me, burping in the mic is rude. But yeah, that's hard finish. Yeah, it looks like it, at least from the aerial shot. I definitely have to go shoot that course, I think, when I come into town. U-disc is the best option. Is that what I was just on? What was it? Central. Okay, U-disc was the first one I clicked on, and it does have really nice pictures. Yeah, these pictures, I mean, I guess you say they're older, but they look like a really good view. Oh, that's awesome. That is really cool. Yeah, I could see that. Nice overcast day like that, I bet is a good. How was the cloud cover today? Oh, that's not great. I don't know. This course does look good. Look good. Good course. Fun time. Maybe that's not fun. That looks like it's dark and hell is hot. What does this mean? Okay. Fun. Looks worthwhile shooting it though. I think so. I gotta check it. Anyhow, thanks for your presence. I always appreciate a good chat interaction, especially while working on nonsense. Today, we are trying to finish this here video. Yeah, for sure. I'm aiming to finish this voiceover in the next hour and start this video compiling. I might wait till tonight, till I'm going to bed, to compile and release for 6 a.m. That way I can play video games later. But yeah, I'm sitting here. We're 2 hours 28 minutes in. I'm expecting another hour of work, and then we'll be done with the Edna video. So, looks like the next bit that we're working on here is to do one of those script note bits. So let's hit play. All right, reference the guest palette. Talk about stringy, gooey super glue. Mention ease of palette use. And we're rapid fire talk about putting these kitties on their bases. Then a quick touch up of pink on the nosies. And a blacking out of the base rims to finalize the project. And then we do a grand reveal. Alright, let's see. If I were to just voiceover to the reveal, I'm filling 1 minute 10 seconds. Okay. Script.txt. Let's get the script notes here. Alright. Now that our texture work is complete and the painting has been completed, our texture work is complete and the painting has been finished in the interim off camera, it's time to get back out our guest palette for another round of holding on to our goopy sticky glue. Goopy sticky. Goopy sticky? Yeah. Yeah. Our goopy. Super goopy sticky adhesive. Thanks again, Rattata. Sound effect. We're gonna snag one more toothpick and apply this goopy sticky adhesive. What's another? What's a term for adhesive? What's another term for adhesive? Let's toss in synonyms for adhesive. Gross. Mucilaginous. This mucilaginous. Oh, that's so gross. So good. We're going to snag one more toothpick and apply this mucilaginous glue to the bottoms of each of the models before picking out the proper base for each one and putting it in its proper place. One quick tap of the Insta Set Super Glue Accelerator, and they are good to go. From here, we've just gotta get out our apple barrel bright magenta and pink out all the little kitties' nosies. Once that step is complete, just like with any finished based model, we'll black out the base rim with 2 thin coats of Vallejo black and bulk. Black, and call them done. With this step behind us, it's time for a grand reveal. Alright, here we go. Turn back on the twang. Turning back on the twang. This goes here. This goes here. Select all. Delete. Now that our texture work is complete and the painting has been finished in the inner rim off camera, it's time to get back our guest palette for another round of holding on to our super goopy sticky adhesive. Thanks again, Rattata. We're gonna slag some mechs today. We're gonna snag one more toothpick and apply this mucilaginous glue to the bottoms of each of the models before picking out the proper base for each one and putting it in its proper place. One quick tap of the InstaSet Super Glue Accelerator and they are good to go. From here, we've just got to get out our apple barrel bright magenta and pink out all the little kitties' noses. Once that step is complete, just like with any finished model, we'll black out the base rim with 2 thin coats of Vallejo black and call them done. With this step behind us, it's time for a grand reveal. Okay, I think that's close. That's close to the length I'm looking for. That's what she said. Okay. Let's dig up Country Fried Video Production. We're going to go over to Textures with Edna. We're going to go back into voiceovers and dig out voiceover number 9. And I think I have more space to play with.
Now that our texture work is complete, the painting has been finished in the inner rim off camera, it's time to get back our guest palette for another round of holding on to our super goopy sticky adhesive. Thanks again, Rattata.
Right, makes sound effect.
Snag one more toothpick and apply this mucilaginous glue to the bottoms of each of the models.
Thanks again, Rattata. How much longer do I need of that? 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 seconds on that. Add 3 seconds to it. Add on 3 seconds to it. Stop, grab, snag. There's a lot of breathing that needs to go away there, and then we're gonna shift in, we're gonna cut, and we're gonna make dead air happen. And then we're gonna jump to the end and paste, and we're gonna export this thing again as an MP3 number voiceover 9. There we go. Jump back into Premiere. We'll take voiceover 9 and we'll dump it in right here. And then we need Rattata sound effect. So, assets, sounds, Rateta. We drop in Rateta right here. And Rateta shows up right there. And then we're going to clip here before the Japanese voice starts talking all this extraneous. I'm assuming it's like, thanks for using this place to get your sound effects. But it's all in Japanese and very, very loud for some reason. Okay, 1 frame back from there. Drop in a level, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames. Drop in, dang it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. New keyframe. Go to the end. Level minus 1000. We're going to do the same on the front. Drop a keyframe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Drop another one, negative 1000. And it should go, thanks, Ratata, whatever the sound is.
Thanks again, Ratata.
Yeah, okay.
We're gonna snag one more toothpick and apply.
Access granted.
We're gonna snag
Okay. We do click, cut. Now that we've got another puddle of our fixative. File, export, MP3, remake, number 9. Overwrite, grab it, drop it, stick it, slap it. What was it? Bop it, twist it, pull it, slap it, smack it. I can't remember all of them. I remember bop it though. It told you what to do.
Thanks again, Ratata. Now that we've got another puddle of our fixative, we're going to snag one more toothpick and apply the mucilaginous glue to the bottom of each of the models before picking out the proper base for each one and putting it in its proper place. One quick tap of the Insta-Set Super Glue
Okay.
Accelerator.
Alright. One quick tap. I need to put this right here. So we need a break. And then we'll smear and select and rinse and repeat to get all these fun minis. Onto these texture laden bases. I don't know. Let's see. That needs to go after putting in its proper place. I have a mosquito in my... What? Mosquito?
One more toothpick and apply the mucilaginous glue to the bottoms of each of the models before picking out the proper base for each one and putting it in its proper place.
Putting it in its proper place. Okay. Shift end, Control X. Hit to the end of that. We'll simply smear and select and rinse and repeat to get all of these fun minis onto these texture-laden bases. Paste. File. Export. MP3. VoiceOver 9. I bet that damn siren shows up in my audio. 90% positive it will.
apply the fuselage and the glue to the bottoms of each of the models before picking out the proper base for each one and putting it in its proper place. We'll simply smear and select, rinse and repeat all of these fun minis on these texture-related bases. One quick tap of the Insta-Set Super Accelerator and they are good to go. From here, we've just got to get out our apple barrel bright magenta and paint out all the little kitties' noses. Once that step is complete, just like with any finished model, we'll black out the base rim with 2 thin coats of Vallejo black and call them done. With this step behind us, it's time for a grand reveal.
Okay, and then I gotta fill a few seconds. Once that step is, we'll black out the base rim with 2 thin coats of Vallejo black and call them done. This was particularly challenging with the smallness of the kitties, but with some gentle handling and smooth brushwork, the rich pigment density of the Vallejo paint made short work of this step, wherein we were able to minimize the time spent handling the models. Okay. All right, delete this once again. Pop back open the scripty boy. Gonna pull up. Where are we going? Once that step is complete, just like with any finished model, we'll black out the base rim with 2 thin coats.
With this step,
all right. This needs to be cut out. This was particularly challenging with the smallness of the kitties, but with some gentle handling and smooth brushwork, the rich pigment density of this Vallejo paint made short work of this step, wherein we were able to minimize the time spent handling the models. And then we paste this back in, and we export it again. VoiceOver 9. Yes. Go back to Premiere. We open up Textures with Edna VoiceOvers folder, and we slap this in there. And it looks like I timed it right this time.
Call them done. This was particularly challenging with the smallness of the kitties, but with some gentle handling and smooth brushwork, the rich pigment density of this Vallejo paint, short work of this step, where we were able to minimize the time spent handling the models. With this step behind us, it's time for a grand reveal.
And then I think the music needs to go up just a little bit. I wonder if 10 decibels is too much. We'll try it out. Of course, I've got it with the headphones, so I hear it a little more clearly than y'all do, but we got a peekarino at it.
It's time for a grand reveal.
You know, I think this is where we're at. And I think Textures with Edna just got finished. and then fade out.
In the end, those textures added so much to this model. The base choices really went a long way in making them look well.
That's so damn good. It's working. I'm gonna save this project. Saving project. And I think we're about to compile this, ladies and gentlemen. I think after 4 days of work, 4 grueling days of live streaming the work on this project, I think we might be done with textures with Edna. So for that, I'm going to go to export. I'm going to go to textures with Edna. I'm going to ensure that our video output is proper HD video, and we're going to say textures with Edna. And I'm going to say entire source, and I'm going to click export. I'm pleased. I'm quite chuffed at this development. Now, given what happened earlier, there is a non-zero chance that this could just melt my computer. But I think we might be in the green. So let's free up some resources. Let's close out this script and don't save it. And we're going to close out this script and we're going to don't save it. And we're going to close out Audacity and we're going to don't save it. And we're going to pull back up our Paint.net. I'm going to cross-reference YouTube thumbnail size. I'm pretty sure it's 1280 by 720. Yeah. So we're going to create a new image. And it's going to be 1280 by 720. I'm also going to open the picture of Edna and her kitties. This is right here. I'm going to change the size of this. Oh, it's already ready to go. Bow, done. Okay. So, we're going to duplicate this background. We're going to start by making a thumbnail for this video while it is compiling. We may very well post live. So let's go brush size 10. We're going to go hardness 0%. So get a little nice little faderino on it. We're going to start kitty in the left. Okay, hide this one so we can see what we're doing. We're going to trace all the outlines of these models and get them so we can produce a nice thumbnail. It's easy to read. Doesn't have to be perfect. Remember, this is a thumbnail. And I'm not going to kill myself with the work here. In fact, I think one of the long-term goals of YouTube video production will be trying to get quality content out for the channel with as little investiture of effort as possible. That's not to say skimping on the quality, because it is not what I intend with that statement. But I am saying 2 weeks late and 4 days working on a project might be a little too much, you know. I think maybe Edna deserved a little bit more than sitting on the painting desk and agonizing over the effort when I could have just like done it and got them done with a, I don't want to say a bare modicum of effort, but like, you know, less effort, less building it up. However, all that said, in this rambling, I am really loving this whole idea of the workflow. So I think I'm going to continue doing it in this format and just create more content out of the workflow, out of the editing sessions. I think this is a good idea. I like it, and you know, in the end, like I said in the beginning, this channel was kind of for myself to begin with, right? Like, I'll produce content that comes out for y'all, but it's really for my own satisfaction. See what I can create and make out of this. Another creative endeavor, a place to flex my creative muscles, you know, and create some stuff and have fun with it. So, that said, I think workflow stream is here to stay. And as I produce more of these contents and the channel grows, I think we stand a pretty good chance of ending up with subscribers here in the chat. And I look forward to the opportunity to interact with y'all and get your input on things that could be done. In fact, outside of potential stuff in the future with Patreon work, which is not coming until 1,000 subs, this would be a great way for the community to make suggestions and get involved with the project. Temp thumbnail. I'm saving this right now in case we get a crash, because I did get a blue screen at the beginning of this stream. Although I think the blue screen may have had to do with a USB error involving my webcam, as suggested to me by a good friend who is knowledgeable of such things. There was once in my life that I was a tech guy. Now I am a grown idiot, and I make art. I don't use my brain for thinking. I use my brain for mixing colors, getting an idea of what goes into mixing said colors. No, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, back to it. Slowly but surely, we're making a thumbnail for Edna and her cats. Let's smooth that out. Oops, too much. Always awkward, of course. I hear crazy people outside today. People are screaming. There's frustration in the air. Someone is very angry. Not satisfied with their lot in life. And to that end, I empathize with this human being struggling against the machinations of the machine, of the system which we have in place here in this lovely reality. Someone's very angry outside. Although it does sound like it could potentially be my upstairs neighbor who's doing the shouting. And if that is the case, then I'm going to state right here that I rescind my empathy for their frustration, because they are a menace. You know, there's a trope of the noisy upstairs neighbor, but my upstairs neighbors, let me tell you, they are awful. In fact, regulars of the channel may recall a whole whole story arc of the channel, if you will, wherein my apartment was flooded and I was displaced for quite some time. In fact, it took nearly a full year. And my apartment was flooded due to the upstairs neighbors fighting, physically fighting, and damaging the sprinkler system in their fight, which led to the flooding of my apartment, their apartment, and my next door neighbor's apartments. There was no punishment, no recourse that I can determine that befell my upstairs neighbors for this massive damage that caused over $10,000 in damage and displaced 3 apartments for damn near a year. But the best part, and what all this waffling is leading to, is that since I have been back in my apartment for just a few months, I can't remember exactly when I moved back. It's late last year. They have flooded me. Granted, not to the same degree, not as bad as the severe damage from the sprinkler system. But they have flooded me twice, 2 more times. So I've been flooded by this neighbor 3 times now. They still live above me. They still make daily fighting noises. And I live in a constant state of being stressed out that they will flood me again. It's kind of awful, actually. I don't know their names. I don't know anything about them. I do know they make a ton of noise, and they fight all the time, and they have set a precedent of flooding my apartment. So, all those things they say about upstairs neighbors, quite true. Careful where you choose to live, ladies and gentlemen. Get you an apartment on the top floor if you can. And then if you do, be kind to your neighbors. Unless they flood you. And then, well, do no harm, right? I don't go out of my way to make my neighbors miserable. In fact, I go out of my way to not interact with my neighbors at all. I just want to live my life, man. Hold on to my space, you know? Anyhow, I know I'm rambling. This is just full-on stream of consciousness at this point. While I do mindless, repetitive tasks. In this case, I have found, digressing to a topic based on what I'm doing here, I have found that thumbnails with a clear definition of what is in the video and a dark, high contrast background garner the most interest. They tend to get clicks more. And, you know, that's a big part of video releasing, video production, is trying to develop your thumbnail style. It's super important. The audience needs to see what they're looking at a glance. And it needs to be interesting enough. The information that is sent over by that needs to be interesting enough to prompt a click, right? Like your content itself holds its own merit. Like retaining interest once the audience has clicked is a wholly different beast from getting your audience to click initially. I mean, they go hand in hand, right? But we're looking to get folks to click on the content so that you can then ingest these neat videos, which take so much work and time and effort to produce high quality content for y'all. But it needs to be clicked on first. Anyhow, am I rambling? I'm rambling. That said, I now have erased an outline around all of these here things. So now I'm going to grab my lasso tool and I am going to trace back over all those same outlines. And I've deliberately kept them pretty big so that they're easy to get this lasso tool inside of. And the lasso tool is great because I can do a little selecting at a time, and then I press and hold control while I'm clicking, and I can add to the selection, right? So we'll add to the selection, get as much as I can without screwing it up, and loop it around. And then same here, around the kitty, all that, grab that. Okay, that's one portion. And what I'm going to do is cut that out, toss a new layer, paste it, close it so it's not visible. And this is one thing about working digitally, is that you can, whereas in a drawing, right, if I'm drawing, I'm going to do a whole bunch of the work at once. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to make sure it's precise. It's really easy to screw up while you're moving the mouse around, especially if you're trying to trace specific pixels. So it's better to work in small bursts. Boom, like that little bit selected, this little bit selected. And the thing is, like, if I screw up and add that, I can now Control Z that and it's gone, right? You can't really do that when working with pen and paper. I mean, a pencil can erase, but it also leaves witness marks to that erasing. It's not a perfect system. Working with the digital format, you have control over literal pixel perfect effort. And like right there, I just about ran my mouse up against my keyboard, which would have thrown me off, so I stopped. So, you know, there's little considerations to take into account for this. But, you know, I'm sure that many of y'all have done at least some small amount of editing, if not way more Photoshop stuff than I have. And let's paste this in the new layer. Okay, that's getting there. Let's get this kitty. I think the brown tabby is my favorite. What do y'all think? I guess they're not really shown with much clarity in the video. Once I get this cut out, I'll do a zoom in for posterity. We'll cut you, kitty, and we'll put you here. And then let's slide this to the top and make it visible. All right, so the cats that ended up being painted. Let's go down the list. And if you're finding this video and have been watching to this point, first off, thank you very much for your interest. Secondly, we're just stream of consciousness doing a little work here. Third off, here are the cats that were painted. We have the hairless cat. We have the tortoiseshell cat. We have a tuxedo cat. We have a calico. We have an orange cat. We have a gray short hair tabby and a tan long hair tabby. Which one's your favorite? I think This one's my favorite. And not just because of its paint job, but also the entirety of its construction. It's on this nice base with these fun texture on the wood. It came out really nice. I'm a fan. I like that kitty cat. That's a good one. They all small. They all super small. In fact, it's worth keeping in mind that all of these bases that are pictured here are 25 millimeter bases. So, for those of you who are not in the know, that is just a little over 1 inch, as an inch is 2.46 centimeters, if I recall correctly, which equates to 24 millimeters, 24 millimeters, 24 and a half millimeters. Cut this kitty out, slap it in layer 3, go back to background, deselect. I guess I could mention the controls here. So mouse wheel up and down, moves up and down. Holding shift moves left and right. And holding control zooms in and out. Yeah, so with a combination of these keyboard inputs and shortcut keys, I am able to get work done quickly. I now have the lasso tool selected, and I am click dragging maybe more than I should be in one go, but we're going to lasso up this much of the model. And then I've created a problem, so I'm going to hold control and click and circle and grab that. Yep, alright. Got a little spillover down here, so I'll hold alt and we can remove a little bit of that. And I've got a little bit that's maybe not enough, so I'll hold control and add it. So it's, you know, it's a back and forth process of selecting what I'm working on. Control, click, drag, zip it on around, and back and down. Grabbed. And of course, I am also compiling a video in the background, right? So currently, there's some delay in the image editing responsiveness, which is fine. Doing a nice low effort, low impact to the CPU task currently, while we're working on the one in the background. Edna's getting selected. Finally, we're getting Edna. Zippy doo, zippy day. And then, with all of that selected, I should have everybody removed and put onto layer 3. Oopsie, Control Z, zoom out, paste that in the proper place. Deselect. Let's get rid of that background. We'll turn on this background. And now what we're going to do is take this layer and we're going to drop the contrast. Zoop. Wait, drop the brightness. No, cancel. I'm on the wrong layer. Select background layer. Adjustments, brightness, contrast. Let's bring down the brightness. I don't know why I keep dragging the contrast instead. Bring down the brightness. Brightness way down, way down, as low as it goes. Darken it up even more by increasing contrast. Alright, there we go. Maybe, actually, we're not going to do the contrast. We're going to add a layer and we're going to fill it gray. And we're going to call this layer darkener. Then we're going to change some qualities of it. Let's add it. Let's do a multiply and call it a little lower opacity. Here we go. And then we put this over top. Ba-bow! And now we have this nice, fabulous, brightened up Edna and her cat sitting over top. And we're going to add a layer on top. This is actually not a great composition for text, but we're going to try anyways. And if I recall correctly, I've been using Cyberspace Raceway for my text. Five simple textures. We'll shrink this down a little bit to, let's call it 60 point. 5 simple textures. 5 simple textures. 5 easy textures. We'll call it 5 easy textures. 5 easy textures. Looks all right to me. I'm going to save this. I'm going to save as. Actually, does this look better if it's darkened even more? I think so. Save, and we're going to save as and create a Country Fried Minis. We're going to go to thumbnail work, and we're going to call this a PNG called Edna Thumb. Edna Thumb. Done. Flatten. There she is. Okay, we now have a thumbnail. We're looking at 12 minutes remaining. So what can we do in the meantime? We can prep an upload. And we're going to go over to uscroob.com. And we're going to go make sure I vote real quick. We're going to upload video. Oh, I can't start it without actually uploading it. So let's do chat. Let's see if ChatGPT can give us a new description. All right. Okay, ChatGPT, I need a new description for a YouTube video that I am currently posting. I need to give you some details about my channel to get it right. Are you ready to receive said details? Okay, let's see what ChatGPT can make for us. Okay, first I'll describe my channel. The channel is Country Fried Minis, and we paint models in a fashion that we paint models with methods that are accessible to painters of all skill levels. I speak with a mild country accent, and I tend to make some jokes with a southern style. I like to keep it light-hearted and easily digestible for all who come and watch. Digestible. My name is Cameron, and I work at my hobby desk, which is called the Bullshit Corner 2.0. What please repeat back the details that make up my channel's style. Okay. Alrighty. Please use the channel details along with the next bit of details. The next bit of information regarding the project at hand to come up with a fun description for the video. Video name: Textures with Edna. We're painting up Edna and her 7 cats. And putting them on stone bases. Seven cats, which are Reaper Chronoscope models by Reaper Miniatures. The focus of this video is to introduce 5 easy textures to add in your painting projects, and we describe in detail how to paint the following textures. What was it? Stone, cloth, hair. What was the next one? Wood, metal. This video has been edited live in a 4-part live stream, 4-part workflow live stream, and has been completed live as well. Description needs to have some mild joke regarding old ladies and their cats. Let's see what ChatGPT gives us. I love this. Perfect. Grabbing it. We're taking it. Okay. Also, we just finished compiling the video. So, I think what this calls for is a live viewing. A live first viewing of the Edna video. So, we're going to create a new we're going to make a new thing. We're going to add in a media source. We're going to call this live video preview. Okay, local file. We just made textures with Edna, and we're going to pop open textures with Edna. Okay. I'm going to OK it. We're going to make sure live video preview's on. We're going to stop the music. We're going to stop the display capture. We're going to stop the microphone. And we're going to stop TV in the corner. And we are going to live preview the completed Textures with Edna project. Runtime, I don't know how much it was. Runtime is 22 minutes and 44 seconds. We are going to preview this video live, first viewing, and hopefully it goes without a hitch. So, if you are checking this video, you're catching this live right now. Let's go. Howdy y'all, and welcome back to Country Fried Minis. I'm your host Cameron, the country boy in the big city, presenting to you once again from the Bullshit Corner 2.0, and today I'd like to talk to y'all about textures. So, as y'all saw from that brief little clip of opening up the package, Edna and her cats are a multi-part metal model kit. They all have a little metal tab on the bit and some flashing that's going to need to be cleaned up. So, we're going to go ahead and get those cleaned up, glue her to some pegs, and airbrush on a primer. Alrighty y'all, let's start out this project by preparing these models for painting. First things first, we need to get rid of all this extra pewter. It's time to bring out the trusty hobby clippers and snip away those casting gates and sprues. Whew, that's better. Next up, we gotta get rid of those pesky mold lines and that excess flashing. Let's grab our hobby knife and carefully scrape away those imperfections. Of course, it's always good to cut directly towards yourself while working on these bits. Remember, safety first, folks. I'm just kidding. Please make sure to cut away from yourself when you're slicing bits or scraping mold lines. A sharp hobby knife can easily make a serious wound, so be super careful and don't injure yourself. Next up, we'll go ahead and snip the tips off of some toothpicks for the next step. But first, I need to introduce today's guest palette, Rattata. Once again, I feel obliged to mention this whole guest palette thing. The first time this was done was out of necessity, and the next few were really just a bit. But now I do highly recommend working from a puddle of glue rather than trying to squeeze it out onto the surfaces you're working with. Using a tool to apply a small bit gives such precision and control that it's well worth sacrificing a few scraps of paper or stickers or bottle caps. Digressing, we'll go ahead and mount these here little kitties onto the clipped toothpicks. Not only will it make handling the small cuties so much easier, but we could jab the sharp bit into a cork sheet to facilitate drying in the later steps. By the way, do y'all know what to call a toothpick that's afraid to fight? No? Well, it's a chicken stick. All joking aside, we're going to utilize them toothpicks to hold the models and spray them down with some Stynylrez Gray Primer. The mid-tone primer is going to work great for both the bright colors and the dark tones today, so it was the obvious choice. I recommend picking up a trio of these primers if you want to use them. That way you've got the white, black, and the gray ready to tackle any project. They all work just fine, but if you match the brightness of whatever base color you're working with, your painting project will usually go super smoothly. Bright tones demand a white prime, and dark colors insist on a black prime. That said, if you can't decide, you've always got the gray right in the middle. And now that we've got those models all prepped up, it's time to go ahead and start painting them up to their finished condition. Now normally here on the channel we follow these models from start to finish and show you the process, but today we're going to do something a little different. Today we're going to talk about 5 really easy textures that you can implement on your models to make them stand out on the tabletop. Alrighty, we're on to the meat and taters of this here video today, jumping into our first texture that is all too common on models in almost any setting, and that texture is stone. No matter what base tone you're working with, the process is largely the same. In our case today, there's going to be 3 colors of stone, all painted in Vallejo colors. We've got bricks in Hull Red, we've got large pavers in medium sea gray, and we've got small cobblestone in flat earth. All of these stones will get a nice solid base coat before moving on to the next step. We'll just apply 2 thin coats in that typical fashion, ensuring that the entirety of the surface has nice, even, opaque coverage. From here, we're going to use the same highlight colors for all of these base tones. That's going to be ivory and dark sand, sticking with that there Vallejo family of paint. Using these here highlight tones, we're going to introduce a bit of variation to the individual stones, adding varying amounts of the lightening color to bring a bit of visual interest, all by feel and not really through a formulaic approach. Just mix in a bit here and there, and if it looks good, it's good enough. It's good to apply at least 2 extra colors here beyond the base coat so as to have some variety that ends up looking somewhat realistic while also providing multiple shades for your eyes to drink up. Continuing that idea of visual interest, we'll also mix some of the individual base tones together. This way we unify the different stone types to have the same feel despite being different colors. We can further unite these 2 past approaches and add in a bit of the highlight tone to make a wholly new color variety. And you know what they say, variety is the spice of life, and we want to make sure this sidewalk is seasoned to perfection. Next up, we'll dry brush a mix of the ivory and the dark sand over all of these stones, further unifying their colors into a cohesive set. There's no proper assigned ratio for these colors, just pick a blend that looks good to you and put it over all of the stones, making sure to dry brush everything with the same color. This use of a singular color does the best job of tying everything together. Just remember to go real light in your application of this dry brush layer. It's real easy to go overboard, so sticking to the lightest coat you can manage is definitely the way. You can always add more, but you can't really take it away once it's done. Kind of like all those regretful moments of the past. Finally, it's all going to get coated with a strongly liberal application of Citadel's Agrax Earthshade. This brown wash will tamp down any super bright color and grime up the crevices really well. In the exact opposite fashion of the last step, we want to apply this wash extremely thick as we absolutely can take away the excess. And that's just what we're going to do. We'll use a paper towel to mop up the majority of this here heavy wash and leave a slight surface stain as well as a stronger brown deep in the cracks. And with that, these stone faces look properly stony without much work at all. The next texture on our agenda today is going to be one that's fairly ubiquitous again in any setting. I'm talking about cloth textures, of course. Whether you're painting up Granny's sweater or a heroic cloak on a power armor clad warrior from the 41st millennium, cloth textures can show up in both surprising and expected places, and a little bit of applied technique can really make those bits communicate that texture at arm's length. So, that waffling on the topic out of the way, we're going to start this bit with some simple base coats. In the typical fashion, this is going to be done with a nice mid-tone color applied in 2 thin coats. Here, those colors are Citadel's Genestealer Purple and Warbroth's Green. Both of these colors really benefit from a couple of translucent coats as opposed to thick application to avoid a buildup of unintentional texture. But with that said, we're not here to talk about the standards of painting techniques, but rather how to create an intentional texture effect. Once we have those base coats applied, we'll do some quick shading of the base colors using contrast paints. The purple will be contrastified using this here Magos Purple, while the green is going to receive its shade work with Warp Lightning. These shade layers will do a lot of the heavy lifting for us, especially in that these particular bits of cloth have rich details in the sculpted folds of the fabric. As is standard, we'll apply a thick layer of this here washing step and let it flow into the recesses, creating some deep contrast on the topography of the model. Of course, it's really important to mind the pooling so as to not overdo it, and then also allow this layer to fully dry before moving forward. And now that we've got the rich contrast applied using, well, contrast paints, we'll go ahead and start with the layer that'll make these surfaces read as cloth. Instead of the normal way of layering based on solely the shapes of the model's surface, we're going to apply each of the highlight layers using a sketchy series of horizontal marks. We're still going to apply the highlights to the areas where they would normally be present, but the idea here is to build up that lighter tone using a repetitive and regular marking, suggestive of textiles. This doesn't necessarily have to be a horizontal stroke, but in this case I felt that this pattern would read the best considering the long lines of the vertical folds in Edna's dress. The direction of the pattern isn't quite as important as maintaining the regularity of that direction, as this pattern is what's really going to sell that cloth look on your model. Our next texture is hair, and it's likely going to be the most simple one to achieve. This technique is going to be effective in painting up fur on creatures, or hair on the heads and beards of characters, or even the borders of fancy furniture dressings, anywhere there might be really puffy, fluffy areas of dense sculpted surface texture. As with most areas of detail on your model, we're going to need to start out by putting down a base coat. Whenever I'm working on base coats, I like to use a solid fat-bottomed brush with a nice sharp tip, as they hold a whole bunch of paint. This here number 3 round is a great example of that and works really well when the paint is thinned down properly. It almost seems to never run out of paint. This will let you coat an entire area of the model, and this application is no exception. In this case, Edna's fuzzy mop top calls out for an all-over coloration using some thinned down ivory as that starting point. Naturally, we'll use 2 thin coats for full coverage. From here, I decided that I wanted to play with that whole trope of a blue-haired old lady, so to give her messy curls that stereotypical blue rinse, a mixture of Army Painter speed paints will be used. A 75-25 mix of Gravelord Gray and Highlord Blue respectively will mix up that proper shade color, and we'll go ahead and apply a liberal coating of this here stain over all of that white hair, taking great care to not get any on her skin, as that would be quite difficult to fix up at this point. Once applied, we'll need to let this fully dry, and I mean absolutely fully dried and cured, since we're going to go to that most magical of techniques next and dry brush this hairdo. We'll start out with an all-over light dry brush of ivory, where this off-white tone will do some work to warm up that hair, pulling it back from that cold blue shade. Less is more here, and it's best to use really light coats built up over time rather than overdoing it all in one go. Just make sure to have a little patience and a super gentle touch, and you'll build up the effect that you're after in no time at all. Even though we want to use multiple layers here, this is dry brushing we're talking about, and the layers are more or less dry the moment they get applied, ready to take up more paint nearly right away. Next up, we want to bring her hair into truly white territory, so it's time to bust out the Citadel White Scar layer paint. Just like the last step, we're going to gingerly apply this color in super light layers until the desired effect is achieved. This technique is great for any color of hair or fur, just substitute the colors out for some that make more sense for your individual application. Riding this train down the texture track, next we're going to work on wood textures. This one's a little finicky, as we need to paint on some illusory markings that don't necessarily go like typical layered highlights. Much as was the fashion with our cloth texture today, we'll add in some calculated brush strokes to suggest this texture, even if the model's surface topography doesn't necessarily reflect the texture we're trying to bring out. So, as per all bits of the model, we'll start out with a nice solid opaque base coat layer using some thinned down paints. Just like Mr. Duncan Rhodes insists upon, and of course I'll always defer to his expertise, 2 thin coats will get the job done without clotting up the details on your model. For this particular portion of the project, we'll be sticking to the Vallejo family of paints. Our base coat today is going to be done with my most favorite color, Flat Earth. Our model today features wood on one of the bases as well as on Edna's cane. Not too much of this texture, but enough to warrant a bit of effort. We'll carefully get a full opacity coat on the planks and then on that old walking stick, making sure to not get any of this dark brown tone onto the surrounding detail. Now that we've got the base coat solidly applied, it's time to add the first layer of highlighting. For this, we're going to use Game Color's heavy brown to start creating that woody feel. Painting wood is less about the color. In fact, wood can easily be tones of gray instead of brown, but it's more about tricking the eye into perceiving that quintessential grain patterning. These planks, for instance, are a simple matter, and we don't need to force that grain as they have the texture already sculpted into the model's surface. Edna's cane, on the other hand, is all smooth surface with the exception of that little bit of pewter that I missed during the cleanup stage. To correct that, we'll just snip it off and then apply another layer of the base coat to cover up the metallic scar. No worries, just quick and it's done. Digressing, we're going to go through a similar process as before in highlighting up this next section of wood texture. Unlike the planks though, we need to use a brush with a sharp point and sketch on vertical lines to suggest the wood grain. Moving forward, we need to add a proper highlight over the last layer of this here texturing, and that's going to call for a warm off-white to bring up the color. We'll get out our dark sand once again and mix a bit of that into the last color in about a 50-50 ratio. And once we have that tone, just like with any application of edge highlighting, we'll go back and put this color onto the raised or uppermost facing portions of the highlights, creating a bit more depth for our viewers' eyes to drink up. Applying this highlight to the planks is super easy and straightforward, but it's going to be a bit more interpretive on the cane. Again, we're going to focus on the uppermost portions of this highlighting layer and also ensure that this new color remains inside the confines of the last tone. With a bit of patience and precision, we'll create the intended wood grain effect despite the model surface being completely smooth. For our final texture of the day, we're going to be working with metal. This here is a simple texture to achieve, and it's mostly going to be focused on the use of a few particular products. But these exact commodities are not necessary. Instead, it's more of a framework of an idea to achieve that metallic look. Just like with every other portion of this model, we're going to start out with a base coat over top of our primer. In this case, we need a dark color to work from, and don't nothing work better for that blackout effect than Vallejo's black. We'll apply 2 thinned coats to achieve full opacity, and then we can move on to the next layers wherein we'll play with true metallic colors. Before we get there, however, it's really important to have solid coverage of this black on everything that's going to be metal, because the shadows produced by this base coat will create a deep contrast for your underpainting as well as hide any areas of low coverage, which can often be a problem when applying metal colors. Of course, solid coverage isn't a problem for this here particular paint. Today I'm going to be using Vallejo Metal Color Jet Exhaust. This line of paints applies really smooth and with rich pigmentation in very few layers. Whether you're using it through the airbrush or applied by hand, it has yet to disappoint. It's a bit pricier than your typical bottle of Vallejo, but you get a gigantic bottle of it for your money, and I can't recommend enough picking up a few tones from this line of paint to add to your collection, as well as toss your friendly local gaming store some business. Moving on, next we need to add some weathering and shade to that metallic coat, and ain't nothing better for achieving this look than Citadel's Gnome Oil Shade. This stuff adds just the right mix of brown and black and gives a grimy, well-worn look that imparts some realism and a heavy feel to your metallic paints. I dare say that this wash is more important than the choice of metallic color, and I suggest picking up this particular product. Friends of the channel would know that I'm not a huge fan of Games Workshop, but this stuff here is in a category all its own and is well deserving of a spot in your paint collection. This final step is absolutely optional, but I also recommend picking up a bottle of this here Dirty Down water soluble rust effect. We're going to add a couple layers of this here product onto our metal surfaces and blend it with a bit of water to get some really nice crusty rusty spots. $20 or so will add this bottle to your collection, and it's well worth that investment. These last two products both deserve a Country Fried Minis seal of approval. And now that we've gone through all these 5 textures and finished up all the painting portion of these models, it's time to go ahead and put them on their bases and add those final touches that'll make them look completed and ready to show off. Now that our texture work is complete and the painting has been finished in the interim off camera, it's time to get back our guest palette for another round of holding on to our super goopy sticky adhesive. Thanks again, Rattata. Now that we've got another puddle of our fixative, we're going to snag one more toothpick and apply this mucilaginous glue to the bottoms of each of the models before picking out the proper base for each one and putting it in its proper place. We'll simply smear and select and rinse and repeat to get all of these fun minis onto these texture-laden bases. One quick tap of the Insta-Set Super Glue Accelerator and they are good to go. From here, we've just got to get out our Apple Barrel Bright Magenta and paint out all the little kitties' noses. Once that step is complete, just like with any finished model, we'll black out the base rim with 2 thin coats of Vallejo black and call them done. This was particularly challenging with the smallness of the kitties, but with some gentle handling and smooth brushwork, the rich pigment density of this Vallejo paint made short work of this step, wherein we were able to minimize the time spent handling the models. With this step behind us, it's time for a grand reveal. In the end, those textures added so much to these models. The base choices really went a long way in making them look well-rounded and like fun little pieces to put on any tabletop. I figure I could use them as high-value targets in Infinity, or maybe as some pieces in a tabletop RPG. Who knows? The opportunities are endless using these here Reaper models. And speaking of Reaper, I highly recommend that you go out and pick yourself up some of these here Reaper Chronoscope options. They have a lot of really fabulous sculpts. They're really fun to paint on, and you never know exactly what you're going to get, like Farah the sci-fi heroine or Natalia the female secret agent. I recommend checking out all they have available, or maybe even looking at your friendly local gaming store and seeing if they have any of these fun blisters on the shelf. Digressing, I want to thank y'all once again for joining me here in the Bullshit Corner here on Country Fried Minis. We always have a lot of fun over here, and the content may not be coming out as fast as I'd like, but we're still grinding away at it, and I've got some fun projects planned for the future. In conclusion, I hope that you found the techniques we've presented today to be super useful for your own painting progress. These here textures add so much to your models, and the effects are really easy to achieve. It don't take much work at all, and it definitely don't take any specialized products. That said, I do recommend the Dirty Down product line. They're a little bit expensive, like $20 a bottle or so, but it's well worth it to add it to your collection so you can get these really fun effects on your models. Here at the end, I want to thank y'all for joining me today, and I want you to remember, as always, stay happy while you're painting. Take it easy, fellas. See you around next time. Alrighty. Well, that is super satisfying to get there. I did hear some little hiccups, I think, monitoring the playback. So I think I need to open the video up and ensure that it didn't actually drop the audio and it was a stream glitch where I heard the problem. If I could figure out where it was.
And the next few were really just a bit. But now I do
it was right at the end of this section.
That's going to be ivory and dark sand, sticking with that there Vallejo family of paint. You two with the same color. This use of singular colors does the best job of tying everything together. Just remember to go real light in the application of this dry brush layer. It's real easy to go overboard, so sticking to the lightest coat you can manage is definitely the way. You can always add more, but you can't really take it away once it's done. Kind of like all those regretful moments of the past. Finally, it's all going to get coated with a strongly liberal application of Citadel's Agrax Earth Shade. This brown wash will tamp down any super bright color.
Should be coming up right here if it was a proper drop.
Fashion of the last step, we want to apply this wash extremely thick as we absolutely can take away the excess. And that's just what we're going to do. We'll use a paper towel to mop up the majority of this here heavy wash and leave a slight surface stain as well as a stronger brown deep in the crown. And with that, these stone faces look properly stony without much work at all.
Okay, it was a stream glitch. The other thing that happened was the timing of Rattata's call was a little awkward. But honestly, I don't think it's worth re-rendering the whole thing.
But first, I need to introduce today's guest palette, Rattata. Once again, I feel obliged.
Sounds fine in the video. Hey, that's... Was it the other one then? Might have been at the end right here.
It's time to get back our guest palette for another round of holding on to our super goofy sticky adhesive. Thanks again, Rattata.
Yeah, it's fine. Close enough.
We're gonna snag one more toothpick.
Definitely not worth a re-render. Okay, so we have video complete. 4 days of work. It is done. It should have been out 2 weeks ago, but that's fine. It's done now. That's the big thing. So from here, that means I can live upload this here Edna video. Let's slap it in here. Let's select files. Time to pop in Edna and make her live. I think I'm going to schedule it for a 6 a.m. release as is tradition. I think releasing it now would probably hurt the viewer count based on my analytics, so it's unfortunately getting released tomorrow. So privilege to y'all here today who have caught the live view. Actually, your timing is pretty perfect, Emery. I couldn't. Very pleasing to get to watch that live premiere with you as well. Thank you for being here. For those of you who find this stream later through the algorithm in the released format, we have just finished premiering Textures with Edna, and that is going to be released as of tomorrow morning, the 27th of March. Oh yeah, no kidding. I can't wait. I can't wait to get started on it. And honestly, it's a bunch of filing and gluing, and then on that 156 Marauder. For other folks who stumble onto this video, I'm working on a Marauder chassis that is in proper 28mm scale. It is a big boy, and it You know, honestly, it promises to be an easier paint job than these small ones because I can hit most of it with an airbrush. And I guess a further little teaser is it's going to be, oh dang, I can't remember his name. Oops, let me open a new window. Notable. What is the guy's name? It is Colin McLaren of the Black Widow Company. So we're gonna go with a nice black gray paint scheme with some red accents, maybe a free-handed Black Widow's symbol on it somewhere. I think it'll be fun. Be a nice experiment in painting large-scale black and large-scale dark charcoal gray. I think it'll be super fun. And of course, again, it's a lot of airbrush work and sponge weathering. So honestly, I could probably paint it inside of 2 days. And if I really get on it and do a couple streams. So Edna's not crazy, she's just dealing with stuff man was not meant to know. Yeah, you know, maybe she just took one too many hits of the catnip and saw through the veil of space and time, and that's fine. She sees it when she was ready to see it, and it was right with the world. Okay, so I think this video is going to remain called Textures with Edna. Textures with Edna. Textures with Edna, comma, crazy cat lady. There we go. And I am indeed going to use this ridiculous ChatGPT written description. We're going to slap it in here. We're going to say, not me, but join us in the Bullshit Corner 2.0 as we show you how to add 5 easy textures to your painting progress. Flying tiger. Oh, that'd be, yeah. I like it. I wonder, the cockpit kind of wraps around. So I decided after a lot of deliberation to do the MechWarrior Online sculpt. It's a hard choice. I think that in the long run, I would have been more satisfied with the unseen variant, which would look really good with the flying tiger grin. But I think it'll be hard to paint on the MechWarrior Online, which I chose because I think it will resonate with the younger crowd that's getting into battletech now, who are familiar from the video game and the modern sculpts. Plus, that still leaves the window open for me to do an unseen marauder at some point and talk about Harmony Gold. You know, Country Fried Minis Productions, we like to talk about nonsense, waffle on about stuff in addition to the topic at hand. And I think a video talking about Harmony Gold and the train wreck that was that situation would be pretty nice, I think. Digressing, I am going back through some of my old content and digging up my plug for commission work and putting it in here. Actually, while I mention that now, I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat. So, for anyone who has stumbling across this video, I provide a service on Fiverr wherein I paint custom battletech lances. I will print and paint your battletech lance, whether you're looking for a single mech or a set of 4 or 5 or more. The options are available. I will do them in whatever format you'd like. I also have an option to provide the record sheets along with the physical copies of the models. Furthermore, there is an option in the commission for a $5 surcharge. I will make a full video regarding your lance and how it was painted, put it together, mail you your stuff, and then post it to the Country Fried Minis channel. Perhaps even with a shout out for you, if you want. So check it out over on fiverr.com if you'd like your own 3D printed and painted Mech Warrior Online styled lance. There are some other options, some unseen variants, but it's mostly the MWO style. That said, check it out. Anyhow, digressing. Looks like the description is just about ready, but I say settle in when your favorite cup of tea. No. We are coffee drinkers here. Favorite, settle in with a hot cup of coffee. This video was edited live here on the channel. In a 4-part live workflow live stream live. If you'd like to see behind the curtain here at Country Fried Minis, tune in next time as we edit up the current offering on hand. A wonderful opportunity to put your your 2 cents into the production of videos here at CFM. Lovely. And actually, I need to step across the room for a second, and I shall BRB. Like 3 minutes, 2 minutes less, something like that. Okay. How do we do this? We transition right back. Okay, here we are again, finishing up this upload. Let's get that brand new thumbnail uploaded into this here, Dale. And that was in thumbnail work, the folder. 5 easy textures. $2 cents into the production of videos here at CFM. What else needs to be expressed here? We'll go, I'll add a shout out to music by epidemic sound. Epidemic. Is it epidemic music? Let me check. We're going over to epidemic sound. It is epidemic sound. Let's see if they have like a, excuse me, they have an about page. About us. Music courtesy of epidemic sound. Epidemic sound. Courtesy. Custom battletech. Battletech Lance printed and painted. And then I think I would be remiss if I didn't plug Edna herself. I think that's worthwhile. Reaper Mini Chronoscope latest 50235. That's Edna. There we go. If you'd love to paint up your own set of, excuse me, my nose is itching. It's been itching for days. I don't understand. It must be pollen in the air. Your own set, your own. If you'd love to paint up your own Edna and all her tiny kitties, head on over to Reaper. Capitalize Reaper Miniatures and snag and copy today. There we go. Link from the rugged stone walls of Edna's cottage to the soft fur of her beloved feline friends. I'm just gonna leave that in there. It makes no sense, but I love the utter bull malarkey that comes out of ChatGPT sometimes. Super fun. This doesn't get a playlist. It's not made for kids. No paid promotion. Tags are going to be my name, of course. Reaper Miniatures. It's going to be Games Workshop. I'm gonna say Malifaux because it's funny at your mention of the potential to be used for it. We're gonna say 3D printing. We're gonna say painting. We're gonna say acrylic. We're gonna say pewter models. Say cat. Say tabby. Say sphinx. Old lady. Blue hair. What else? Vallejo. Citadel. I mean, these tags don't really add much to it, but I still want them in there. Just, you know, about 1% of my views stem from searches, and they're often completely unrelated. So it's good to cross-link stuff, I suppose. Chronoscope. Rubble. Bricks. Stone. Cobblestone. Manhole cover. Calico. Tortoise shell. I don't know what else to put in there. I don't think they matter all that much, but there we go. We're going to set recording date to today. It's inaccurate, but whatever. Video location, San Francisco. There we go. Standard license, allow embedding. Yes, indeed. How to and style. I think that's a good category for it. Okay, next it up. Subtitles, it's got its own. We're going to do an end screen. We're going to add an end screen. And I'm going to put, let's do 1 video, 1 subscribe. And then also another video, and we'll link the live session 1. I think that looks good. Sub in the corner, best for viewer. Looking lovely. We're going to save this up. Head on forward. Got to do checks, and we're going to go to schedule, and I'm going to set this bad boy for 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Hit that 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time release. It'll be up and live for when my audience is most common during a Monday, which is usually about noon. Noon on a Monday is the hottest time for the audience who ingests my content. So I think that's it. We're gonna schedule this, and Edna goes live tomorrow morning. So for those of you who don't know, Edna will be live by the time you see this through the algorithm. Unfortunately, you missed the live premiere today, which was enjoyed by just the 2 of us. Thank you much for being here, Mr. Emery. This is, I feel honored that you showed up with impeccable timing to catch the live premiere of the first run of Textures with Edna. This has taken far too long to put together, and she's about 2 weeks late. But it's going live, and we can get work done this week. So let me put this out of the way. And I think while that's uploading, I'm going to take the opportunity to waffle on and talk a little bit about my Atomo Lance, perhaps. Now, let's clear out Premiere so I get my resources back and see if I can't find them pictures of the Atomo Lance. I know I took some shots. Let's scroll on down, scroll on down, scroll on down. Where are you? Pictures. They might, nope, there we go, here we go. I'll pop up my Atomo Lance here. So, I put together this lance as, for a video. I had printed them before the last day, but in sourcing everything and finding the models and printing them out, I had run out of time and painted these with a quick and easy method as detailed in their video, which I suppose, while I'm waffling on about this, let me pull up my videos. I will grab and link the, how do I grab the link? Get shareable link. Here we go. Live streaming. Atomo. Why you no type? Atomo Lance as described. There we go. That link is there. Okay, so the Atomo Lance was built, and then I only had 1 day to paint it, so I painted up. They weren't actually Atomo until I decided to paint them for our battletech event, and I only had a day, so I needed a black lance. So I settled on the Atomo. I knew they were going to be Kurita, so we went with the Atomo. So black, they got a little dry brush, they got some gold details. They came together really quick. Really pleased with this, even though it's like some corners cut and some of the gold trim is super sloppy, but it's good enough, right? And getting it good enough and getting it out has its own value. And so there was a little bit of thinking that went behind putting together this lance. And basically, what I wanted to do was fire missiles. So I went into the old Mega Mech, and I went into advanced search, and I looked up Artemis control system. And I added that to the list, and I popped it in. And that's how I started going down the list from there. And we ended up with the... I believe I may talk about this a little bit in the video, but it is the truth of the matter. That's how I ended up on this ridiculous longbow 12C. That's how I ended up on the Avatar AV1-OB, which is also just as ridiculous. And then I ended up on the Strider because I'm a fan of the Strider. And I wanted to take battle armor. So put that together. I knew I wanted an Akuma. So the Akuma was like the first choice before I searched up the Artemis system. But I ended on the lance as set, and then I wanted some battle armor that was just absolutely ridiculous, so I ended up on the Phalanx. Now I went with a level 1 here, which is probably a bit of a stretch for their deployment, but I think my logic behind it was that the Atomo are like the personal guard for Kurita, right? So maybe they'd have some Comstar stuff on loan for an action. It's a bit of a stretch, but it worked out. Plus, it's for friendly games anyways. We're currently playing in the FedCom Civil War, so everything kind of fits. Because LRM's the Korean Far Shot. LRM comes around in 3065. So that's about where we're playing, and that's fine. Our group kind of is fast and loose. Instead of restricting it to a specific year, we tend to play within an era. So it worked out. I had a lot of fun with it. It may have robbed a little fun from some of my friends because it is an absurd amount of cluster rolls, right? Like the Akuma itself, MRM, LB10X plus multiple SRMs. And then, what am I? I'm lobbing 4 LRM-20s, 2 LRM-15s, 2 LRM-10s a turn. It's just, it's awesome. So much fun. So, I thought I might add in a bot today and beat up on... I know I have a lance. I know I have a lance that could face him. Let's see. What's a good 8K force in here? I have... We could face my 12th Vegan Rangers. So I'm going to add a bot. Going to add 12 Vegan Rangers, which another story there. I'm a vegan myself, and I chose the 12 Vegan Rangers because it's funny and they're vegetable people. I know it's in reference to Vega and not to not eating animal products, but it was funny and I went with it. So let's do the 12th Vegan Rangers Beta Regiment. And then Beta Regiment even funnier because, like, you know, the whole soy boy beta thing, which I find really funny because that's me. I'm soy boy. More tofu for me. All right. Anyhow, I'm honestly at this point just killing time, just playing a fun game. Let's look at merch. Let's toss in these guys. Let's set these to Team 2. Let's build a map. I actually have some maps I prefer here. Are these 30 by 15, and then we increase the size. I went the wrong way. Size 2 by 1. And let's go with, we'll do north end on the top and swamp on the bottom. Select units. We'll go with change start west, change start east. And I guess this bit of the stream is kind of aimed at if folks find this later on and want to look at Mega Mech, this is the program you need. Good stuff. Anyhow, digressing. Let's go ahead and start deploying to face down the 12th Vegan Rangers. I'm going to march. I think I'm just going to march right at them, really. So let's deploy the Akuma. Atlas in the bottom. So we'll put the Strider down and we'll turn it and we'll load it. Get that Phalanx armor on them and deploy it. Swift Wind. Gonna just hang out in the corner. All it does is provide a +2 to my initiative roll. They're all down there. These mechs have done messed up. Let's slap down Avatar. Yes. Let's slap down Longbow. Yes. And can I get these? Oh, the Hunchback's close. Let's set up the last 3 over here. Alrighty. Looks like we win initiative thanks to Swift Wind Scout Car. And as a strategy I would do on the tabletop anyways, let's take that Swift Wind, sink it into the corner, hide it. It's my turn to move, and the Akuma will confidently stride forward. Stride on forward. Avatar wants to take a position to shoot missiles. Longbow, same deal. Shoot missiles. We're going to move the Strider into position without turning on the pavement, not to invite undue risk. And we're going to set out these motorized platoons. Hopefully they'll get some shots in. Alright, what are we looking at here? I have no visual and no range, so let's order this range high to low. Here we go. Let's shoot down that Ripper. It's on a 12, that's fine. It's worth a shot. And that's all for that guy. Let's see. Let's try to stop that Tiger in its tracks. And then I'm also going to lob 1 short-range salvo at this Ripper. Done. Next up, Longbow. Also has missiles. We want to end this tank rightly. I don't want it in the fight. Strider has no shots. Swift never shoots. LRM troops have no shots. In turn. Okay, Avatar. Hit a fuel tank on the Tiger. Blows up. Done. Excellent. Nobody shot back. Vegan Rangers are down 7% of their total battle value. Of course, this whole Mega Mech thing is definitely not the same, obviously, as facing human opponents, right? But it allows for a great simulation if you want to test out lances. So I do recommend Mega Mech. In fact, let's go ahead and grab megamech.org index.html. I shall post this to our lovely chat. Mega Mech can be obtained here. Post. Lovely. And you know, if the stream quality is dropping, I apologize, but I am eating a bit of bandwidth right now in uploading the Edna video, which will be live 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Pacific Standard Time. Okay, back to the game at hand. We're going to wait out the swift wind. It's hiding. That's what it do. It is an initiative sync at this point. Avatar longbow, they don't want to move. Hold their nerve. I actually should have probably moved the avatar forward into this cover here. That probably would have been a better call. Interesting that the AI would rather just sit out and outrange me than come forward and try to get shots themselves. But hey, it is what it is. I'll exploit it. If it was a human opponent trying to outrange me, I would do the same. Meanwhile, Hunchback has changed its mind, and there's a Tiger medium tank wanting to push forward. I think Akuma shall continue striding forward. Computer has another move. Ripper is coming in to create problems. So, what's the range of that? 1, 2, 3. Strider will see this opportunity to shoot at that with short range and SRMs, and will hold its nerve, remain stationary. We now go into the shooting phase, and I see that the Atlas has declared shots versus the Akuma. So, I think, let's go through the range bands. It is actual range 16 to the Atlas. So, that's going to put the ERPPC and the LBX 10 in range. And I think I'm going to shoot both those. Let's fire the ERPPC, and then we're going to pop a cluster shot off at that Atlas. Maybe fish for a chance crit. I can still afford to generate 7 heat, but nothing else is really in range. So we'll declare those shots. Avatar also has shots, but the AI is just skirting that LRM range. That's fine. Let's pop off 2 LRM 10 rounds at this here field gunner platoon and reduce their numbers. I think I'm in the same situation with the longbow, and I'm just gonna not shoot with it. Strider will twist and fire 2 SRM 6s at the Ripper. Might as well crank off that small laser round at long range. Excuse me. Swiftwind has no shots. And I have infantry with Korean far shot missile launchers. And in fact, this one right here threatens to get annihilated as it is infantry in the open versus a small pulse laser. So let's see here. Atlas fires, misses. Akuma hits the arm of the Atlas, dealing 10 damage to the left arm. Cyclops misses. Avatar misses. Strider hits the rotor of the Ripper. Infantry takes it down. Ripper destroys a platoon. And that's it. That's all the damage for the turn. Everybody is heat neutral. We'll go back into round 3 for the initiative. And the Swift Wind did it for me. 7+1 for the initiative versus a 5+2 for the Vegan Rangers. So I just saw something move over here. What was it? Field Gunners moving. Okay. Let's go ahead and do an initiative sync with the Swift Wind. I see movement of the other Field Gunners. So I'm going to continue initiative syncing with the infantry, both of them. Looks like Vegan Rangers are advancing still with Field Gunners and their infantry. Alright. Time for aggressive plays, I think. I'm piloting 5. I'm risking a run. That's fine. I can get it on a 4. I make it. Strider comes out and is in the forest. Putting a little pressure on the opponent to start thinking about moving. Atlas has stepped forward. Let's see if I have range with my weapons. I do have range with the Avatar. However, I think I'm going to step into this here forest and take the penalty to my shooting for the turn to get the cover. Longbow will likewise hold its cover and stand still. That leaves me with the Akuma, who has the final move for the turn. And I think it is pertinent to start moving towards some cover. Yeah, I'm gonna walk 3. All right, so time to declare shots. And if playing MechWarrior 5 has taught me anything, it's to focus fire on your targets. So let's start with the Avatar and the Longbow and see what their shot numbers are like. I've got 9s on that Atlas. Let's go full tilt on it. Longbow, similar deal. We're going to hurl on 8s. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Longbow, Avatar, missile, swarm. Looks like the Akuma might be getting a buttload of shots hitting it this turn, which is unfortunate, but that's what I get for charging forward. So I'm going to risk building a little bit of heat. And fire off the MRM, the ERPPC, and I'm going to go 2 heat over and crank off an LB10X AC solid munitions round at that Avatar. Or not Avatar, Atlas. Also an A mech. Strider has no shots. Swift has no shots. LRMs have no shots. Let's see what's up. Atlas hit with some missiles. Minor damage to the Akuma. Avatar hits with 1 LRM-10 for 8 damage to the Atlas. Cyclops misses. Longbow hits with an LRM-15, 12 damage to the Atlas, including 2 damage to the head. Akuma hits with MRM-30 for 18 damage and 10 damage from the LBX-10. Atlas survives to stand and fight. Strider gonna not punch the building. Okay. Going to a new round. The Atomo have the initiative once again. I'm guessing the computer will continue doing initiative syncs with their infantry, which is fine. It's perfectly fine by me. I'm gonna get these infantry tucked into cover. Strider's gonna risk running out and unloading. No, I can't unload yet. But we are gonna risk moving. Did I crash? I did not crash. Let's get this off screen for a second. Things are in the danger range of my LRMs, so we're just gonna park it with the missile boats. Atlas moving for some hard cover. I think I'm going to rush this Akuma forward into some tree cover myself. So let's try. I think my better shots, I'd be best served shooting at let's unload into the Cyclops. Twist him back down. Cyclops. ERPPC, of course. Let's fish for more cluster damage. 4 heat to play with. I'm gonna fire off a Streak SRM-6 just in case I roll an 11. There we go. Shots declared. Avatar twisting. Looks like best target is Cyclops. Let's tear that thing apart. Done. Done dealio. Same from the longbow. We're gonna tear that Cyclops apart. They are made of paper, despite being so heavy. Shots on the Striders. Bad news, bears. But let's take out these infantry. Hopefully the Strider survives this onslaught. Looks like Akuma's shots go first. We hit 10 full pellets against the Cyclops, including a head hit. Streak SRM conserves ammo. Strider's taking LRM 10. And it hits the trooper instead, so no damage. Avatar missing. Hit once for 6 damage. Longbow hits twice for a total 24 damage to the Cyclops. Tank misses. Anti-infantry jump troop misses. We're doing good. We're still doing good. Done deal. Going into round 5. Vegan Rangers wins the initiative. They are angry. Alright, let's start with Swiftwind Scout Car. We'll go with the Swiftwind Scout Car. Yeah, we're going to leave that open. Checking back in on our upload. We've got about 20 minutes left on the Textures with Edna video. And I think the intention for the stream today is we're just killing time now. At the moment, playing a little Mega Mech while we wait on the upload, and then I'm going to double check that it's working. And then we can call it for the day. So, in the meantime, we're playing a little bit of Mega Mech here. We are showcasing the force from painting a force in one day. So, longbow, avatar, holding nerve. Standing right where they're at. They have no need to charge forward into Hell's Embrace. I do need to get the Strider in there. And I think this is the spot to do it. So it's going to charge forward, and I'm going to go ahead and unload the infantry. Strider is in place. Phalanx battle armor is on the ground, ready to unleash their SRM-4s versus the opponent. Akuma will grab a more advantageous position. Closer. Hoping to ensure shots versus the Cyclops. That's exactly what we're going to do. Cyclops is short range versus the ERPPC. We're going to fire on a 7. We're going to an 11 for a 10 for the MRM. I think we'll save the heat. Fire the LBX in cluster mode. We'll fire both streak SRMs. And that puts it at heat neutral. We'll say done. Twisting. This is the Avatar. AV1-OB is also going to elect to fire at the Cyclops. I'll put a secondary shot onto the field gunners with the AC-20 because any damage will preclude their use of the AC-20. Similarly, I'm going to put 3 shots onto the Cyclops and a secondary shot at the AC-20, hopefully to annihilate that unit with good lucky rolls. From here, we're looking at Strider needing to declare shots. And we want to just take the best shot I can. Everything in that jump infantry. LRMs still have no shots. Let's see what we have. Akuma hits with 6 pellets. A second hit to the head of the Cyclops. 1 streak SRM hits for a total of 12 damage, 18 damage to the Cyclops. Atlas misses. Avatar hits Cyclops for 6. We've hit the 20 damage threshold. Cyclops will make a knockdown check this turn. Cyclops is shooting back, fails to hit. Longbow firing, misses Cyclops but hits the field gunners, dealing 12 damage. They no longer can fire both AC-20s. Strider hits the jump infantry with 6 missiles. Field gunners are starting to deal damage. A total of 6 damage to the Strider. Strider also eats 2 SRM shots. Armor's holding. Vegan Rangers win initiative. We shall once again sync initiative with the Swift Wind Scout Car, and we will continue syncing initiative by moving up the motorized infantry LRM platoons. Avatar and Longbow will do what missile boats do and hang back. Strider wants to shoot this battle armor, so it's going to run out and try to bait out some enemies. Akuma. I think the Akuma is going to hold its position. I would rather not get my battle armor shot yet, so they will move. Hunchback. Hiding. Okay. So let's try to finish this Cyclops off. Give a good twist. We'll start with the Avatar. Same deal. 2 LRM-15s, 1 LRM-10. Secondary target versus the AC-20 guys. We could potentially remove their ability to shoot back at all. So I failed to declare that. So 1, 2, 3 there, 1 here. Fire. Done. Longbow needs next shots declared. I think we're in the same boat. We're going to fire 1, 2, 3 at the Cyclops and then try to thin out the AC-2s as well. A little bit of damage there wouldn't hurt. These are all really bad shots for the Strider. So I think we're just shooting at... Oh, dang. I didn't realize the shoulder actually a bad shot. So we're going to put the shots... Let's get this battle armor whittled down. Okay, continuing to focus fire. Want to ensure that the Cyclops goes down. So we're going to fire the ERPPC and hopefully hit with both. That'd be ideal. We'll also crank off a Streak SRM-4 and go 2 heat over. Phalanx, no shots. Swift doesn't shoot. I should have spotted, but that's fine. LRMs have no shots. Okay, Avatar misses, but hits the Field Gunner's AC-20. They no longer have the men to man aims. Atlas fires, hits Strider for 5 damage. Oh, I forgot. This is a really nasty Atlas variant and hits with multiple edge on the Strider. Gonna have a bad day. Longbow misses. Cyclops also missing. Strider hits a little damage on the battle armor. Enforcer misses. Akuma hits with the ERPPC for 10 damage, and then 18 missiles hit with the MRM-30. Hunchback cranks off a solid shot with the AC-20, hitting the Strider and taking out SRM ammo. The mech is destroyed. Ouch. Ouchie, ouch, indeed. Okay, Strider falls. Cyclops fell down, but remains conscious. Looks like we have about 10 minutes. Wait a second. The Strider is alive. Case. So we'll do an initiative sync there. As the pilot is unconscious, we will initiative sync the Swift Wind. We'll move forward with the LRM units to get some shots on that infantry. Longbow holds nerve. Avatar holds nerve. Akuma holds nerve. We're going to kill this tank right now with the Phalanx. In fact, we'll start with that. Phalanx versus Tiger Medium Tank. We're going to blow that thing up. We're at... Can I not do a secondary? No. I'm going to shoot the auto rifle and the King David battle armor. It is now time to end this Cyclops. ERPPC. MRM-30. Cool off with the rest. Bad numbers to hit most everything else. Let's actually take this opportunity to remove that Daimyo HQ. Done. Longbow will continue firing. Same deal. We're going to go 1, 2, 3 into the Cyclops. We're going to try to take out some field gunners. Done. No shots. Swiftwind has no shots. LRM infantry will fire on the other infantry. Done. Let's see what this looks like. Atlas shooting at the phalanx kills 1, 2 troops. Phalanx battle armor. Lots of damage to the Tiger. Tiger's not destroyed, but it is stunned and immobile. Little bit of damage on the battle armor. Cyclops misses. Akuma destroys right arm. Yes, destroys right arm. Avatar immobilizes the HQ. Cyclops takes a gyro hit from the longbow. Also hits again. Still alive, but not dealing great. Lost another trooper to the inner sphere battle armor. Kills another phalanx. Motorized platoon destroys jump infantry. Tiger tank misses. Hits a trooper. Kills another trooper. Yeah. Cyclops falls down. Manages to 10 to stay conscious. Strider remains unconscious. Vegan Rangers wins initiative roll. We shall initiative sync. We shall fall back. We shall initiative sync. Infantry moving. Looks like Cyclops punched out via ejection. We're going to hold the Avatar's position. We're going to start walking the longbow. Akuma will back up. Keep cover. 6 minutes and counting on the video upload, and we will test that out and get it rolling. I'm getting some warnings about the bitrate, so if the bitrate is down, if the stream is glitchy, I apologize, folks. We are finishing up this here stream with a live upload of the Textures with Edna Crazy Cat Lady. Yeah. For now, we're playing around a Mega Mech to kill the time while we are waiting for the completion of this upload. We're currently sitting at 4 hours and 52 minutes of work today in the stream. Nearly done. Home stretch. Alright, so back to the Mega Mech game in hand. We are now declaring shots. Longbow has shots, potentially. And it looks like the best case is going to get this, looking for 8s on the field gunners. So I'm going to unload all 4 missile launchers on that target. Likewise, I would like to put some damage on these mechs who are hiding from my Akuma. So we're going to put the PPC. We're going to put the cluster round on it. And we're going to chance for some 12s on, see, that's 7 heat. We're going to chance for some 12s on the streaks and the medium laser. Go 2 heat oak. It also could potentially start a fire, which would be good for our forces today. I see an opportunity to... I think we're going to shoot at the battle armor. Never mind my initial thoughts there. We are going to skip the SRM and fire the auto rifle and the Gauss rifle. Done. I guess I should have fired the other one as well, but too late now. We shall fire the LRM launchers at the battle armor. Same deal. Let's get rid of that. Oh, someone outside is very angry. Longbow misses, hits once, deals 12 damage to the men. Atlas fires, hits once. Someone outside is very angry. Akuma misses with everything. Starts a fire under the Enforcer. Enforcer misses with once, hits a large laser on the Akuma. Avatar fires at the battle armor, kills Trooper 4, Trooper 3, and Trooper 2. LRM 10 hits, deals damage to Trooper 1, destroying the battle armor unit. Field gunners shooting their small arms. Battle armor shoots at motorized platoon, destroying it. Looks like all the damage for this game. We go into round 9. Can the Atomo come out on top? I think so. Though things are not running as smoothly as they would like. We have one motorized infantry platoon left. It's going to move into cover. The Strider has my gyro is fine. I'm going to attempt to get up and step back 2 spaces. Need a 5 to stand. I fall. Naturally. Going to attempt again to stand on a 5 and pass. We need to get these big shooty boys, missile boats, into a closer position so that they can start getting good range on these mechs that just will not come forward. Phalanx shall move on top of the infantry. Swift Wind Scout Car shall start moving out and head for a position where it can spot for its friends. Zipping out. And we're looking at the Akuma, which shall continue to hold its nerve. Okay, Strider's up. Start with the Strider. Strider will first shoot an SRM-6 at the Atlas. It will then fire, well, let's view this tank. I will fire at the right side. So let's view unit display. Okay. Strider actually should start doing a force withdrawal, I think. It is crippled. It's going to twist this way. I'm going to fire primary target SRM-6 at the Atlas. I will then fire a small I will spot the Tiger medium tank, and I will fire a small laser at its right side. I'm going to twist with the Akuma. We're going to fire ERPPC at the Enforcer. We're going to fire a cluster round at the Enforcer. We're also going to fire the MRM-30 at the same target and declare that done shooting. Avatar has shots. They're not great shots. So instead, we're going to fire at the Immobile Daimyo HQ. And I believe I'm going to do the same with the Avatar. I mean the longbow. My reasoning here is to remove that initiative buff to my opponent. No shots with the phalanx. No good spots with the swift. And we will switch to indirect LRMs and fire at the right side of the Tiger medium tank. See what we have. Strider misses the Atlas, hits the medium tank in the right side. Atlas misses. Akuma hits the Enforcer for 10 damage. Enforcer misses. Avatar hits the Daimyo for 12 damage and 9 damage and 6 damage. Longbow follows up with another volley, piercing through the left side, destroying the vehicle. The initiative bonus for the Vegan Rangers is lost. Field gunners are shooting armor-piercing ammo at the Akuma, fails to crit. Motorized platoon hits Tiger medium tank, which still remains on the field in its immobilized state. However, we're going to kick the tank. I have to go first. Vegan Rangers wins initiative. So, in keeping with the spirit of force withdrawal, Phalanx shall run. The Strider shall back up 3 spaces. The Longbow would like to hold its nerve. Avatar shall move a little closer. Swiftwind Scout Car will take a commanding position from which to view the battlefield. And the LRM troops will hold their nerve. Let's give a look-see at... This is processing up to HD, which means I should be able to preview the channel content. Alright, this is not in HD, of course, because it is still processing. It will be ready at 6 a.m. in the morning, but
Howdy, y'all, and welcome back.
we are live. Textures with Edna is complete.
I'm your host, Cameron.
It has been a grueling 4 days of work. There has been work on this video beyond what has been shown in the live stream setup. So, I think we are going to call it here. I want to thank y'all for coming by today. If you find the video through the algorithm, we will be doing more of this stuff, preparing videos in the future as Country Fried video production goes forward in producing these fun videos for the channel. I will absolutely live stream the process here. So, thank you again. If you'd like to pick up your own set of battle mechs commissioned by myself, go ahead and check out the Fiverr link included in the live chat replay. I would love to paint on your mechs in whatever style you choose. And there's also an option to include a $5 surcharge in which I will make this into a video for the channel if you would so like. So, definitely an option to check out. Also linked is Megamech, which I've been playing with the Atomo Lance to kill some time. The lance I'm playing with is also featured in the YouTube video, shared in the link above. Today has been really satisfying to get this process done. This video is 2 weeks behind, and it is now done and in the process of being set to live. Textures with Edna shall be posted and watchable as of 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you would like to watch the video in the meantime, we did do a live play of this video just an hour and a half ago. So scrub back through this here stream and you can see it live. As always, I want to thank y'all for joining me today, and I absolutely want you to remember to be happy while you're painting. In the meantime, catch y'all on the flip side.